I'm Jonathan Taves of the Chicago Blackhawks, and you are watching Comcast Sportsnet.
Coming up on Sports Night.
The Cubs look to make it 4 in a row without Milton Bradley as the team reaches an agreement with the troubled outfielder. Kenny Williams reflects on the disappointing Sox season.
End of the day, it's the players that will make you look smart or make you look dumb.
So how frustrated is he with the lost opportunity to take the division again?
It's hard to answer that question without cursing.
The Bears have done it through the air this season, but do they worry about the lack of a ground attack?
How to run game is always a concern.
Definitely left some yards out there.
Plus, we sit down with Mayor Daley to assess Chicago's chances of landing the 2016 games.
That's why I'm as grumpy as I am during the season, because I don't sleep much thinking about all this stuff.
No need to be restless because Sports Night starts right now.
This is Sports Night.
We have a baseball doubleheader on our Comcast Sportsnet family of networks. Cubs go for their 4th straight win in Milwaukee. We have that game for you right here on Comcast Sports at the top of the hour. And the Sox look to throw a curveball into the Twins' postseason plans. That game's on CSN Plus. Check out csnchicago.com for a Plus channel listing. And we are prepared to get you ready for both of those contests. Welcome to Sports Night with Mark Shanowski. I am Pat Boyle. What happened to the mantra, we get off the bus running? We'll talk Bears in a bit.
But first, the Cubs suddenly playing free and easy since Jim Hendry made the decision to send Milton Bradley home for the rest of the season. And for more on tonight's matchup, we're going to take you live to Miller Park, bringing the guys who will call the game this evening here on Comcast Sportsnet, Len Casper and Bob Brenly. I know it's hard to believe we're talking about auditioning players for next season instead of getting ready for the playoffs, but unfortunately, guys, that's where we're at. Can young Tyler Colvin work his way into contention for a roster spot for 2010?
Mark, if he continues to do what he's done his first 2 games in the big leagues, I'd say the answer is a resounding yes.
He's done nothing wrong up to this point. He's shown a real nice aggressive swing at the plate. He's not afraid. He doesn't get cheated. He's drawn a couple of base on balls, and defensively, he's the best center fielder we've seen in Chicago in a long time.
Yeah, he had a great 9th inning, made a nice catch on the warning track. Then the Braun home run he stole away, made a nice running grab to end the game. And it's not the easiest place to play in the outfield. And I'm sure he's going to get a big taste of Wrigley Field next week, too.
You know, we talked about his instincts in center field. Sometimes for a young outfitter, when you've had a couple balls hit over your head to the wall, your first instinct is to break back on everything. But after robbing Ryan Braun of that home run in center field, he immediately came in and to his right to make a real nice running catch on a ball that was hit toward the gap in left center. He reads the ball off the bat extremely well, and as I said before, he doesn't seem to be scared at all.
And we'll see how he fares against a left-hander tonight as Chris Narveson will start for Milwaukee. For the Cubs, it'll be Jeff Samardzija. This is his 2nd major league start, and he's hoping it's going to go a lot better than his first one.
You know, it's kind of odd at this time of the season, but I think Jeff Samardzija feels like this is the biggest start of his career. You know, he's had mixed results as a reliever. He's had mixed results as a starter. But I think he really wants to go out there and show the Cubs brass what he's capable of doing, so he works his way into the mix for that starting rotation next year.
And one final lineup note, Reed Johnson gets his first action. He'll be in the lineup for the first time since coming off the disabled list, and it's his first game since he broke his foot on a foul ball back in late July. So good to see Reed back in the lineup. We'll have all the action, as you guys mentioned, right at the top of the hour.
I guess that means we can count on another great catch in the outfield. Reed Johnson, Sam Fuld, now Tyler Colvin. Should be a lot of fun. We'll look forward to your call at 7 o'clock. Meanwhile, the Cubs won't have to worry about Milton Bradley filing a grievance with the Players Association. The team has agreed to pay Bradley during his 2-week suspension. It's expected they will try to trade him during the offseason. Bradley also issued an apology to the team for those critical comments he made to the Daily Herald last weekend. Bradley saying in that statement, quote, "I chose Chicago as a free agent because I wanted to be part of finally bringing a championship to Cubs fans. I expected to have a great season, and I am greatly disappointed by my performance and the team's struggles. I played every game with everything that I had and wanted to desperately win. My frustration and disappointment boiled over, and I said and did certain things that I regret. In hindsight, I wish that I handled certain things differently, and I apologize for those things that did not work out for the better. The air has been cleared, and we all want to move on and look forward to better days," end quote. Here's Lou Pinella's reaction a short time ago at Miller Park.
I'm happy to see that he issued a statement and apologized, and we'll put that behind us, and then we just go forward.
No apologies for Kenny Williams, although he isn't pleased with the way the Sox have played for most of this season, from the offensive woes to all the errors and the Sox mental toughness. Kenny covered all the bases before tonight's game against the Twins. Our Josh Mora had a press pass for that and your press pass for tonight's game at U.S. Cellular Field. Good evening, Josh.
Hey, good evening, Pat. I mean, it certainly seems like the White Sox season is over. Their tragic number is at 4, yet tonight they will have their regular lineup in their mostly regular lineup, as they will until they are mathematically eliminated. But as you mentioned, that didn't stop from Kenny Williams from giving a speech to reporters that was all but a post-mortem on the season. The GM spoke to the media for about half an hour, in which he was not only disappointed about the way that this season has transpired, but also upset and angry with his team, a team that he said has underachieved all season long. Now, some fans will say that Williams did the same because the moves he made at the trade deadline didn't pan out, but Williams himself said he has no regrets about making those moves at the time.
That question's always a difficult question for me to answer, because as we were on the bus leaving the World Series celebration a few years back, I had regrets and I had some things that I would have liked to have done differently. So it's I'm a person that's always going to look at himself in the mirror, and I challenge the rest of my staff and everyone associated with the organization to weigh in on some of the things that we have decided upon as a front office. I will say this. Deadline or no deadline, whatever the acquisitions that in Jake Peavy and Alex Rios, Mark Kotze, I certainly would not take back in any way, shape, or form.
And in that way, Williams says the team is a better team now in late September than the one which he thought would win the division when the Sox left Arizona in the spring. Williams says his team has improved its pitching and defense going forward, but he's not sure if his guys have enough mental toughness. And he says he's been watching and will continue to watch over the final 10 games to see which of his players continues to fight to the finish.
They better not quit. I don't want to see any quit. I won't have people around me that quit, whether it be anybody in uniform or anyone in that front office, anyone around the organization that I hear even talking about it. I can't be around people that quit. And if you give up, you don't go out and you give 100% effort to close this season out with dignity and in the best fashion you can. And so far we haven't done that. I know who's quit and who hasn't, who's willing to sacrifice. Listen, it's hard to win. Winning and success, whether it be baseball or any other facet of life, if you're not willing to sacrifice, you're not willing to put in the work, you're not going to be successful. You're just not.
Pretty strong stuff, and when Kenny Williams says stuff like that, he's speaking from the heart, that he means it. He also said that he and his staff are still meeting. In fact, we're meeting as he spoke with us. He took some time out from those meetings to speak with us to talk about their plans going forward in the offseason. He didn't want to talk much about specific changes, although he was pressed specifically about his bullpen and Bobby Jenks. Would Bobby Jenks be the closer? Williams said in his mind, Jenks is still under contract, and he has every confidence that he can be the closer in 2010. Pat?
Hey, Josh, during Kenny's State of the Union, did he talk at all about Ozzy's coaching staff and who may or may not be back with him next year?
He did, and that was a part of what he and his front office staff are talking about. He said it would be premature to comment about that because he still wants to talk with Ozzy himself about what Ozzy's observations are about this coaching staff. But the implication that he left with us was that most of these guys would be offered the opportunity to come back and be a part of the White Sox.
Yeah, the way I saw it, he's not blaming Greg Walker for the offensive woes of this Sox team.
He specifically talked about Walker and said that it's not Walker's responsibility. He's done everything he can to put the players in position to have successful seasons. That part is on the players.
All right, Josh, great stuff. We'll catch your reports during and after the game. Again, that game is over on CSN Plus tonight.
Still to come here on Sports Night, we'll take you out to Hallis Hall. The biggest concern this week, the lack of production from Matt Forte in the ground game. Plus, several young Blackhawks players are trying to make a big impression this week to earn a spot on that final roster. And later, we'll sit down with Mayor Daley, who is adamant Chicago taxpayers won't be left footing the bill if Chicago lands the 2016 Olympics.
Mr. Fogel, you claim Mr. Davenport scammed you out of hundreds of dollars.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Davenport, what happened in your words?
I'm a department store salesman. I sold him a suit.
Mr. Fogel, you bought a suit at a department store and feel scammed?
Yes.
What are you, stupid? It's buyer beware. If you're dumb enough to pay that, then...
Hey, I thought
Sir, what do you want me to do about it?
Can't you do something?
Designer brands for up to 60% less every day. K&G. Fashion without the victim.
I bought beautiful carpet for this room. And I got carpet for this room free. Plus this room free.
It's on again. Buy one room of carpet and get 2 rooms free from Empire. We offer quality carpet and you get to shop at home. Plus, we install next day with no payments for 1 year. It's an incredible offer. Buy one, get 2 rooms free. Call Empire today.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today.
It's been a while since I needed a tie.
Dad, you're gonna get this job. They'll be lucky to have you. I know it.
Just for Men. In 5 easy minutes, targets only the gray to help bring out your best.
How'd it go, Dad?
Honey, I think I'm gonna need more ties.
Yes!
Just for Men. Live forward.
Only 2 days left until the Blackhawks fly to Switzerland for some exhibition games and then a pair of matchups against the Florida Panthers to start the regular season. Deciding the final roster spots won't be easy, so the young players in camp are doing all they can to try to impress the coaching staff.
You got to live in the moment. You got to make sure every shift you play, it's a good shift, and live in the now, because it doesn't matter what you did the game before or the shift before. They're watching you right at the moment and seeing what you're doing.
Well, we got some depth. We got, we got some guys up. We're missing 2 guys up front, though, with, Burr going down and Nosa being out for a bit. So it's there's opportunities here as well. And so I still think we have some decisions to make. At the same time, the guys that have been here, they should be looking for more.
They may get off the bus running, but from that point forward, it's pretty much all passing for the 2009 Bears. Matt Forte and company are averaging just 65 yards on the ground in the first 2 contests. That's ranked 31st in the NFL. This week against Seattle, we may see that running game get back on track. Here's Kip Lewis.
We've got a good offensive line. We've got good running backs. We'll be able to run the ball. And, we know it's something that we've got to have, we want to have, and we're going to have balance.
After 2 games, the Bears ranked 31st or second to last in rushing offense. One factor is that they've faced a couple of very good 3-4 defensive fronts. And while the Bears would like to have more success on the ground, they won't get concerned with their run-pass ratio as long as they win.
There's no real set number or balance. I mean, whatever it's going to take, it's going to be our motto. It's going to be hard to go into a game against them and say your running game is going to win the ball game for you, because they've the last 5 years, as long as Pittsburgh's been around, they're going to stop the run.
We're still a running football team. Some games, though, we may have to lean on the pass a little bit more like we did this past week, but we want to get the running game going each week.
Nobody will pinpoint the exact problems with the rushing attack. As a team, they're averaging 64.5 yards a game, and nobody wants to see a turnaround more than Matt Forte. The second-year back has averaged just 2.2 yards a carry.
It's somewhat frustrating, but you can't get frustrated, because then, you start looking for, holes to run through, and then you may miss a cut here, and then, you miss out on some yards. So you can't get frustrated. I mean, they were a good defense, and we knew going into the game it was going to be like that.
We need to be able to run the football when we have plays set up versus certain defense to be able to run the football. But again, I have faith in our running game. We will get it going.
The other element, and perhaps the most important piece to the puzzle, is the revamped offensive line. The Bears do not have a rushing touchdown. Teams have stacked the box against them, but the bottom line is they have to do better.
We always go in wanting to run the ball, because that's what we pride our team on, is being a run blocking team. So we do look forward to getting back to a 4-down defense, and we're hoping for big things.
We're just happy we won, but we know we have to improve the run game. We're not going to say that we're just happy to win the game and we don't have to run the ball. We know we have to run the ball.
Seattle's defense gave up 256 yards rushing last week to San Francisco. However, Frank Gore racked up 159 of that on 2 carries, and Seattle played that game without 2 of their key defensive starters, including middle linebacker Lofa Tutupu. Regardless, this could finally be a very good opportunity for the Bears to get that running attack going. With the Bears at Hallis Hall, Kip Lewis, Comcast Sportsnet.
All right, Kip, thank you. Here's the first injury report from the Bears and Seahawks this week. Alex Brown held out of action today with his sprained ankle, but he says he will play on Sunday. Des Clark, Pisatino Isamoa also missed practice today. Seahawks have a total of 13 players on the injury report. They have already ruled 3 out, including tackle Sean Locklear. Hasselbeck and TJ Hushmanzada among 5 that were held out of the workout today. By the way, Hushmanzada told reporters this afternoon that he's going to show the Bears and Jerry Angelo that they should have signed him. Look out.
Costs a lot of money to bring him in, though.
Sure. Tune in to Countdown to Kickoff, presented by Grossinger Auto Group, tomorrow night at 8 o'clock right here on Comcast Sportsnet. I'll be joined by former Bear Tom Thayer and Alex Brown. We'll hear from Alex on how that ankle is doing, discuss his 2-sack performance against the Steelers, break down how the Bears D plans to attack that banged-up Seahawks offense. It's Countdown to Kickoff tomorrow night at 8 o'clock right here on Comcast Sportsnet.
And coming up after a break, we'll sit down with Mayor Daley, get his thoughts on the Olympics, why Chicago needs the games, and why we're the perfect city to host.
And we love it. We want to welcome Olympians and Paralympians around the world to a city that loves and nourishes sports on a daily basis.
Sports Night on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you by the United States Marine Corps. The few, the proud, the Marines.
Many will hear the calling.
Move it! Yes, sir!
Few will earn the title, United States Marine. The few, the proud, the Marines.
Wingstop, the wing experts, is proud to introduce its newest act, boneless wings. Made from the juiciest, tastiest, most succulent part of the chicken. Wingstop's boneless wings are 100% white meat, coated in our special breading. To top it off, they are sauced and tossed in any of our 9 Wingstop flavors and are great for the whole family. Some might say they're almost magical. Wingstop, the wing experts.
Is your vehicle parked in the driveway or on the street? Get a Tough Shed storage building or garage and protect your ride. Now save 40, 50, even 60% on standard building accessories. Tough Shed storage buildings and garages, coast to coast. Call 1-800-BUY-TOUGH or visit toughshed.com.
Corona Light, now in a 12-ounce tall can.
A new season kicks off. Don't miss our debut, Blackhawks Panthers.
Live from Fiendlot, October 2nd and 3rd.
Only on Comcast Sportsnet.
You like my accent?
Feel closer to the road. In the new, more powerful, more responsive 2010 Range Rover Sport.
Sports Night on Comcast Sportsnet is driven by Land Rover, designed for the extraordinary.
A programming reminder, join us every Wednesday and Thursday at 4:30 for a show we call Bears Blitz. Tomorrow we'll hear from Lance Briggs in the D and getting ready for Julius Jones and the Seahawks. Full hour of interviews from Hallis Hall tomorrow at 4:30 right here on Comcast Sportsnet.
We've been talking about this for a long time, but there's just over a week until we finally discover if Chicago wins that heated competition to host the 2016 Summer Olympics. Mayor Daley will be part of the Chicago contingent heading off to Copenhagen for the official announcement on October 2nd. Our Dan Jiggets had a chance to talk with the mayor earlier today.
Years ago, when Andy Young was the mayor, he decided we're going to get the Olympics for Atlanta. You know, we're a small city in the South where cities are transforming. African Americans had political power. He went all over the world to get it. And I went down there during the Olympics. They put new highways, new transportation system, new housing. They transformed the city. And Shirley Franklin, the mayor today, would tell you that was one of the great groundstones that then the marketing they received from Atlanta. I mean, they got huge global marketing. And so you look at it today, this is all about jobs. This is all about economic development. It's all about making our city more marketable throughout the world. I mean, we have a great sports city. You know that more than any, Mike and Dan, you know that, but anyone else. I mean, this is and we love it. We want to welcome Olympians and Paralympians around the world to a city that loves and nourishes sports on a daily basis.
And you know, for the taxpayer out there, you look at Atlanta again, you look at Los Angeles, how did they get out of that without the taxpayer having to pay it?
Right, they made money. All the Olympics will make money, and I've said that. Like anything else, they're all concerned in recession, and rightfully so. They're just worried, hey, are you going to dip in my pocketbook? Are you going to my right or left pocket? Are you going to go in my back pocket? Are you going to go in my side pocket? What is it? And I assure them that no way would I ever jeopardize going for something that I'm going to be dipping into their back and front pockets. The country of Spain and Brazil and Japan, they spend government money to a tune of maybe $100 million or more. It's a lot of money. They know what they want. And the President Lula said, we want this. We want this for our country. This is for our country and economic development and jobs. And I really believe that. You see what happened in Atlanta, see what happened in Salt Lake City. It's a win position for us financially, and it will change, not change Chicago, but give us better opportunities for many, many jobs.
Tell you what, we're going to hand the Olympic baton to you and tell you that you got to bring home the goods now.
Okay. Boy, thanks a lot. Thanks, Dan.
Our thanks to the mayor. And Pat, we heard today that Oprah Winfrey is traveling to Copenhagen, but Michael Jordan declined.
That is true. So if Oprah's there, it's going to get done.
It's in the bag. Chicago, one of 4 finalists to host the games. You see the others right there. The IOC announces this decision during a news conference in Copenhagen on October 2nd. Hey, we're coming back with more Sports Night. Stay with us.
My name is Tucker Max, and I'm a vacuous pilot. I love it. Sam, here we come, baby. Yeah. I'm gonna take. Use a designated slot. It's nice to meet you.
Dance, monkey. Dance for your dollar.
You need to ask yourself, what would Tucker do? Don't mind me, boys. I'm just baking a quiche.
Rated R. Move over, RAV4. Pilot and escape. The Hyundai Santa Fe is one of the best bets on the road. Santa Fe's got more standard features, more safety features, more legroom, and more MPG. Plus, only the Santa Fe is backed by America's best warranty. All that, and it's still up to $6,000 less. Plus, during this sales event, Hyundai Santa Fe's now come with $2,000 cash back. And you'll lock in $1.49 a gallon for a year's worth of gas. Visit your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers and get more for less.
Come out to Valley Falls Adventure Golf for exciting and affordable fun for the whole family. Watch the kids explore the premier miniature golf course in the Quad Cities as you sit back on the patio at Happy Joe's and Rudy's Tacos. Or take a swing yourself. There's adventure at every turn at Valley Falls. We also offer birthday, charity, fundraising, and special events packages for miniature golf and Happy Joe's. Valley Falls Adventure Golf. One slice short of heaven. Located behind Happy Joe's and Rudy's Tacos in Cole Valley.
Join Menards this week in saluting our American-made products with Menards Made in the USA sale. Operating for over 120 years, made in Dalton, Georgia, Mohawk Industries has been a trusted name in flooring. Utopia Berber has a 5-year wear and stain warranty in 3 colors, 59 cents a square foot. Made in Mosinee, Wisconsin, Crestline has been manufacturing quality windows with thousands of different style options to choose from. All Crestline and Peachtree windows and patio doors are 12% off.
Save big money at Menards.
Intelligent storytelling, emotional impact, sports stories with ties to Iowans. Brooks on Sports takes you beyond the box scores and statistics with compelling stories that you won't see anywhere else.
The month of September is football time, and our lead story will be covering the Hawks. You join us for Brooks on Sports.
Watch Brooks on Sports on your local Mediacom Connections channel.
We know NBA Commissioner David Stern is interested in expanding into European markets at some point in the future. Well, now he's bringing in the first owner from outside North America. Russian billionaire Mikhail Prokhorov has a deal to buy controlling interest in the New Jersey Nets. He will also finance about half the cost of building a brand new arena for the team in Brooklyn.
That's the Prokhorov. Join us for a fresh installment of Sportsline After Cubs Postgame Live. We'll have complete highlights of the Cubs and Sox, plus how Milton Bradley and the Northsiders are getting along for now, at least, and how Kenny Williams is reacting to the Sox' disappointing season, why the Bears aren't worried about their running game just yet. Preseason hockey update for you. Capitals lead the Blackhawks 2-1 after 20 minutes. Troy Brouwer, the lone tally for Coach Quenville's crew.
Plenty of time to rally in that one.
That's right, and we'll have full highlights coming up tonight after Cubs Postgame Live. That's going to do it for this edition of Sports Night.
After a break, we're going to take you out to Miller Park in Milwaukee. The series windup between the Cubs and Brewers. Cubs leading that season series 10-6, in case you're wondering.
Who do you have in the brat race tonight?
I like the hot dog tonight.
I'm going Polish sausage.
Over on CSN Plus, it's the White Sox and Twins. Enjoy the baseball. We'll see you later for Sports Night.
It's been a while since I needed a tie.
Dad, you're gonna get this job. They'll be lucky to have you. I know it.
Just for Men. In 5 easy minutes, targets only the gray to help bring out your best.
How'd it go, Dad?
Honey, I think I'm gonna need more ties.
Yes!
Just for Men. Live forward.
Golfers, play more and get more with the Chicago District Golf Association. The CDGA is for everyone who plays the game. For more than 90 years, the CDGA has promoted amateur golf for beginners, juniors, men, women, families, seniors, and everyday champions. We service the game and over 90,000 members. Located in Midwest Golf House, the CDGA is at the center of amateur golf in the Midwest. If you're passionate about golf, the CDGA has what you want. Upgrade your basic membership to a CDGA Platinum membership to receive special green fees and more.
I bought beautiful carpet for this room, and I got carpet for this room free, plus this room free.
It's on again. Buy 1 room of carpet and get 2 rooms free from Empire. We offer quality carpet and you get to shop at home. Plus, we install next day with no payments for 1 year. It's an incredible offer. Buy 1, get 2 rooms free. Call Empire today.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today.
911.
I was robbed.
Stay calm, ma'am.
I was at this department store. They took my money, and all I got was this dress.
Wait, you mean you bought a dress and feel robbed?
Yes, help me.
A&G. Designer brands for up to 60% less every day. Fashion without the victim.
This program on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you by IMMI.com. But those of you who have dreamed of getting paid to watch sports, here's your chance. Log on to register.IMMI.com to learn how you can receive $250 for watching sports.
Good stuff, huh?
Oh, whoa, that's the last wing.
Yeah. Did you want it?
If you insist.
Not so fast, Jerry. Now, this should be based on merit, and I am the official spokesman of Wingstop.
Well, that's right. You keep talking about them, and I'll keep eating them.
Nobody does wings quite like Wingstop. Whether it's regular or boneless, they're always sauced and tossed fresh with every order in one of our 9 exciting flavors. It's no wonder we're selling over 1 million wings a day. Wingstop, the wing experts.
No
models will be held back. Not during our giant September sell-off at Illinois' #1 volume Honda dealer, Schaumburg Honda Automobiles.
Get 1.9 APR financing on new 09 Accords and Civics now.
Bob Rohrman.
Nobody beats Bob. Bob Rohrman, Schaumburg Honda Automobiles, just 8 blocks west of Woodfield Mall on Gulf Road.
He leads quietly, but carries a big stick. Derek Lee is on fire, leading the major leagues since July 1st in homers and RBIs. Tonight, the Cubs' 2009 MVP leads his team as they go for the sweep. The Cubs and the Brewers. Next. We greet you once again from Miller Park in Milwaukee, Wisconsin for Chicago Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. Another nice evening here in Milwaukee, and the Cubs do go for the sweep as they take on the Brewers for the final time here in 2009. Hi again, everyone. Along with Bob Brenly, I'm Len Casper. After tonight, a 4-game series at San Francisco, and then everything else will be at Wrigley Field. And the key theme to this series has been early runs for the Cubs.
Ambush them. Cubs have jumped on the Brewers in the first and second inning of the first 2 games of this series like we have not seen all year. Hey, you know what a big believer I am in the rhythm and flow of a ball game, and the sooner you can get your guys on base, get them involved in the flow of the game, the better chance you have of winning a ball game, and that's been the case the last 2 nights.
And the starting pitchers love it, particularly on the road when you get those early runs. It lets them be a lot more aggressive. You see Derek Lee right in the middle of a lot of it for Derek. 3 hits, a homer on Monday, 3 hits, a couple of doubles, and a homer last night.
I mean, we've seen Derek Lee at his best at many times throughout the course of his career here with the Cubs, but I don't think we've ever seen him hotter than he is right now.
And he's established, and Tyler Colvin is trying to get established, and we've seen a lot to like the last 2 days.
An awful lot to like, Len. A very quick swing at the plate. He waited back really well on a breaking ball right there, lined it into right field. We saw him go to the opposite field on a fastball away in the game last night. He's drawn a couple of walks, and defensively, he just looks like he belongs out there in center field. Has no fear of looking off the ball to see where he is in regards to the fence, and then made the great play on the Ryan Braun home run to center field.
And that ended the game. The nice running grab waist tie for the rookie Tyler Colvin. He's in there once again tonight against a left-hander, Chris Narveson, and he's batting second as well. Reed Johnson in the lineup playing right, so Fukudome gets the night off. And you have a couple of fill-ins tonight in terms of the starting pitchers.
Yeah, the 2 guys that were scheduled to start tonight would have been a great pitching matchup, and this could possibly turn into a great pitching matchup. Chris Narveson coming off a solid start against the Astros his last time out. Jeff Samardzija looking to improve on his last start against the Phillies.
And this will be just his second major league starting assignment. So coming up, the Cubs try to continue to make Miller Park Wrigley Field North. A lot of Cub fans, as always, making the trip up here. Cubs try to improve to 4-2 on this long trip. We'll have Cubs baseball from Milwaukee next.
So, it's truck month, and you know what that means, right? Of course you do. It's the best time to save a lot of cash on built Ford Tough Trucks. The #1 trucks 32 years running. Hey, this is the original, the one and only, the real deal.
Now, climb behind the wheel of an 09 F-Series truck and save mucho dinero with 0% financing for 60 months or up to $5,500 cash back. And Ford Credit is on board to get you the financing you need.
The best deals on the best trucks. It's truck month, only at your local Ford dealer.
For more than 20 years, people have been coming to Bud's Skyline Inn, the Quad City's #1 supper club. Fly in for some of Bud's favorites, like their famous surf and turf, tantalizing steaks, succulent catfish, or mouth-watering prime rib. Relax at Bud's Skyline Inn with your favorite cocktail while keeping track of the arrival and departures at the Quad City International Airport. In a hurry? Get in and out with their $6.95 lunch specials every weekday. So for your next special occasion or just a quick lunch, Bud's Skyline Inn, just 2 minutes from the airport.
Trust DHCU for loans for any reason, for any season. Whether starting off on your own or moving into your golden years, we have a loan to fit your needs. Apply online, by mail, or phone, and get a reply as quickly as possible, usually by the same day. So surface, buzz us, or stop by to find out how DHCU can improve the seasons of your life.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by the all-new 2010 Lexus RS, reinventing the vehicle that invented it all. Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. McDonald's of Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana. Honda. Test drive a 2009 Honda today at your Honda dealer. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, dedicated to giving you the security to experience wellness everywhere. And by Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines is ready when you are. Go to southwest.com. Grab your bag. It's on.
Tonight's telecast is presented in high definition, brought to you by Comcast. Let's see, we've had the roof open with the panels closed. That was the first game. Last night, panels open, roof closed. Tonight, everything's open. So we've seen just about every sort of configuration you can see. And a nice night here in Milwaukee as left-hander Chris Narveson gets ready to work. He's in for Manny Parra, who's been dealing with some neck stiffness. Parra will be penciled into Giovanni Gallardo's spot on Friday against the Phillies, and Jeff Samardzija in for Ted Lilly, who may go on Sunday in San Francisco. Now the Cubs Southwest starting lineup. Terrio, Colvin batting second. Lee and Ramirez have done a ton of damage in this series. Jake Fox is in left. Jeff Baker's at second. Reed Johnson with his first action since late July. Giovanni Soto catches and Jeff Samardzija pitches.
Take a look at the Brewers defensively tonight. Ryan Braun once again in left field. Mike Cameron out in center. Jody Garrett over in right field. McGee, Escobar, Lopez, and Fielder across the infield tonight. Jason Kendall once again behind the plate for left-hander Chris Narveson. See his numbers on the season here at the major league level for the Brewers. Looking back over his minor league career, very pedestrian numbers, about 14 games under 500 with an ERA near 4. Very similar to the numbers that you see right there.
Tony Randazzo's from Chicago, went to Lake Park High School, and he's going to work the plate. Guccione, Runge, and the crew chief Lane will handle the bases. Cubs are 3-2 to start this long trip, so they're halfway home. And they've won their last 3 in a row. Milwaukee came into this series having won 5 straight, but they have been outscored 17-4 so far. And the southpaw Narveson deals. We're underway. That's a strike on a fastball at 90 miles an hour to Ryan Terrio, who walked each of his first 2 plate appearances last night and scored both times.
It's been a tale of 2 different ball games offensively for Ryan Terrio, at least regarding his approach. The first game of this series against Braden Looper, he couldn't swing fast enough. Swung at a lot of first and second pitches, got his at-bats over with quickly, and as you mentioned last night, very patient, took the base on balls, worked some counts.
Ken Maka's team officially eliminated from playoff contention. This is his 800th game as a major league manager tonight. Tried the backdoor curveball and it missed. 1-2. Boy, Milwaukee is 37-39 at home. This has been a good home field advantage the last several years. They had 49 home wins last season. They're going to fall well short of that this year.
I think it just illustrates that regardless of where your home ballpark is, if you don't have solid pitching, it's going to be tough to win ball games. Of course, the Brewers losing CC Sabathia and Ben Sheets in the offseason and really have not been able to replace those numbers, especially Sabathia.
Escobar will throw out Terrio, 1 out. Well, the top 4 men in the lineup got on to start the game Monday, and they did it again last night. Here's Tyler Colvin. Those defensive plays we showed you in the open all came in the 9th inning last night. He recorded all 3 outs, and they were all very nice plays. The best of which saved a 3-run homer. It ended up being a long sac fly for Ryan Braun.
And we'll see how it goes tonight for Colvin against a left-handed starting pitcher. Didn't seem to bother him much at the minor league level. We've touched on this in the past. Sometimes I think managers, in an effort to protect a young player, as we get a look at the Coors Light freeze cam of the Ryan Braun potential home run. He checked the wall, knew exactly how far he had to go, and goes well above that yellow stripe to take away a home run. Now, another thing that's interesting about that play, Len, is the warning track here at Miller Park is bigger than most warning tracks. So if he relied on just the feeling of dirt under his feet rather than taking that last peek at the wall, there's a chance he might not have made that play. But as I said before, he's so confident in himself. He knows he's going to where the ball is going to come down, and he takes that last little peek at the wall so he can get into a position to make a catch like that.
Fly ball down the left field line as Braun cruises over and makes a catch in fair ground for the out. And just to finish up on your point, I think you were getting into the lefty versus lefty. Sometimes young players get protected to the point where they never get any experience.
Yeah, and you go a long time without seeing a left-handed pitcher, and then suddenly maybe you get a spot start against a lefty. You don't do anything, and then a manager feels justified in his protecting you from those left-handers, and ultimately you end up becoming a role player or a part-time player, a platoon guy. And you know, when guys come up from the minors, they're used to playing every day regardless of who's on the mound.
And Narveson has been a lot better against righties than lefties. That's just foul. Actually, the first base umpire, Chris Guccione, put his arms up as if to say foul and then pointed fair. But I think everybody knew what he meant. Prince Fielder's going, Chris, I think you meant to point the other way. Yeah, right. He's saying, I put my hands up. He pointed to his right, not his left. What a series for Derek. Now has a career best 109 RBIs. Three hits away from 1,700 in his career. Last night, Aramis Ramirez got his 1,500th career knock. He's 4 for 7 in the series. Pitchers strike. 2-2. Cubs are trying to stay alive in the division race for at least another day. The magic number for St. Louis, and I guess they're calling it the elimination number for the Cubs, is 2. So if they win this one tonight, they'll go into San Francisco with at least a mathematical chance, and they're still in the wild card race, but 7.5 out and in 5th. Rockies won last night. Lee strikes out, and that's it for the Cubs in the first. Notre Dame product Jeff Samardzija will take the ball when we come back.
You want to see what a real airline's like? Come on over here.
Bring it! If we're known for one thing,
We've got the best customer service.
low fares.
Frequent flights, that's what we're known for.
Low customer service.
We're known for a lot of things.
Bags fly free.
The lowest fares.
Great pilots, too. Customer service. Low fares.
We're not saying other airlines are bad. We're just awesome.
Low fares, customer service, frequent flights, on-time performance, and bags fly free. Come on over here. Fly with us.
Corona Light, now in a 12-ounce tall can.
Pepper Instant Choice.
Welcome to Chili's.
Try Chili's Triple Dipper Dinner. Choose your 3 dippable favorites, like our Chicken Crisper Bites, Big Mouth Bites, and classic Southwestern Egg Rolls. 9 craveable options to choose from. Build your perfect meal, only $9.99. Pepper Instant Chili's.
Many will hear the calling.
Move it! Yes, sir!
Few will earn the title United States Marine. The few, the proud Marines.
The Cubs went down in order against Narveson. We'll see how Jeff Samardzija does against this Brewers Southwest starting lineup. They've scored 3 times in the series, or 4 times in the series. 3 have come on solo home runs. Lopez, Garrett, who's been hot, and Braun at the top. Fielder hit a home run last night, but has been pretty quiet lately against the Cubs. Casey McGee back in there. Cameron in center. He homered twice Monday. Kendall, Escobar, and Narveson at the bottom.
Quick look at the Cubs defense tonight. Jake Fox in left. Tyler Colvin out in center field once again. Reed Johnson, welcome back, out in right field. Ramirez, Terrio, Baker, Lee across the infield. And Giovanni Soto will be doing the catching for right-hander Jeff Samardzija. Second start of the season, looking for his second victory, hoping to whittle away at that ERA a little bit as well.
He's 24 years old, 6'5", 218. You know he has good hands. Former All-American wide receiver at Notre Dame, and he's working hard as a big league pitcher. Gets a ground ball to the shortstop Terrio, who throws out Lopez.
And hopefully we'll see a lot of that tonight, Len. I think that's what Jeff Samardzija is working towards, being a guy that pitches to contact, relies on that sinking fastball, an occasional slider, occasional splitter. To try to keep his pitch count down, let his defense work behind him, try to throw a lot of ground balls.
Right fielder Jody Garrett digs in. 1 ball, no strikes. Tonight's White Sox telecast, they're hosting the Twins, is on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. For Comcast cable customers in the Chicago area, that's CLTV, and in HD on channel 285. You can visit CSNChicago.com for complete channel info in your area. The 2-0 pitch fouled back. Good fastball from Jeff at 97 miles an hour. Soto sets up shop just on that inside corner. Pitch missed the mark by a wide margin, 3-1. Ground ball to third, gobbled up by Ramos Ramirez. 2 ground ball outs. Had a nice chat with one of Jeff's pitching coaches this year. He's had a couple of them, Larry Rothschild and Mike Mason, who's with the team the rest of the way. He was Randy Wells's pitching coach to start this season as well. And one thing Mike said was, you know, the numbers lie a little bit in terms of Samardzija's AAA numbers, and the reason is he went down there to work on some things. While you want to have success, Mike said there were times when maybe Jeff could have, you know, thrown more fastballs and gone away from his breaking ball to get guys out. But the breaking ball's a pitch that everyone has agreed needs to improve. So you have to take some of those numbers with a grain of salt. And he also said Jeff is willing to learn. He's self-critical. He wants to get better, and he uses failure as a learning tool. And I think that's a nice thing to hear about a guy who has been a star athlete at every turn. He has not taken the attitude, I know what I'm doing, I'm going to be fine, and kind of a laissez-faire attitude. He wants to work hard to become the best he can be.
And he's worked hard with Larry Rothschild in his side sessions, just trying to get more consistent with his mechanics. Trying to get his arm in a good position, take advantage of that 6'5" frame, maybe get that ball going what they call downhill a little bit more, making it tougher for hitters to square it up.
Yeah, he had a little bit of a short arm, almost catcher type throw in the delivery, and he's got a longer arm delivery now. it's worked out well. 3 ground ball outs as he gets Lopez, Garrett, and Braun without any sort of drama. 0-0 after 1.
I know I said I'd be there by now, but I really am only 10 minutes away. Okay? Hang on. Oh, I gotta call you back.
Nice. Cash for clunkers may be over, but during Toyota's National Clearance Event, there's still time to get a great deal. Choose from a full lineup from America's most dependable and fuel-efficient car company. See your Toyota dealer today.
Build your Subway famous $5 footlong like a mighty meatball marinara or succulent Black Forest ham and cheese. Stacked your way from the bread up with the meats, cheeses, and veggies you want. Your flavors on. Subway, eat fresh.
Subway Restaurant's everyday value menu means you can get one of 8 regular 6-inch fresh value meals for just $5. That's one of 8 regular 6-inch sandwiches plus chips and a drink for just $5. Subway, eat fresh.
Join Menards this week in saluting our American-made products with Menards Made in the USA sale. Nova Brick is made in St. Cloud, Minnesota, and other U.S. cities. It's a mortarless system that makes installation easy. 4-inch Nova Brick in 9 colors, just $4.99 a square foot. Made in Dalton, Georgia, Shaw Industries is the world's largest carpet manufacturer. Indulge Carpet has a 10-year wear and stain warranty. Available in 3 colors, only $139 a square foot.
Save big money at Menards.
Off-field news for the Cubs today. Milton Bradley, who's been suspended for the rest of the year, released this statement. Quote, I chose Chicago as a free agent because I wanted to be a part of finally bringing a championship to Cubs fans. I expected to have a great season, and I am deeply disappointed by my performance and the team's struggles. I played every game with everything that I had and wanted to desperately win. My frustration, we'll get back to that in a second, is Ramirez bats and fouls it back. We'll continue on with Milton Bradley. My frustration and disappointment boiled over. I said and did certain things that I regret. In hindsight, I wish that I had handled certain things differently, and I apologize for those things. That's going to be foul. I apologize for those things that did not work out for the better. The air has been cleared. We all want to move on and look forward to better days. So Milton will not be back with the team this season. And Jim Hendry said today that they'll deal with 2010 after this season is over.
Well, I agree with the last part of that statement. We all look forward to better days, and the last 3 have been better than any of the days when Milton Bradley was a member of the Cubs. So that's what I think.
My guess is the Cubs aren't going to say too much more about it until after the season. With Milton apologizing today, and Cubs were pretty definitive about it in terms of we're not going to deal with next year until we finish this year. Narveson slowed it down, and it bounces to Lopez, and he gets the out. So that should go 1-4-3 as Ramirez had one ticketed for center, but pitcher got in the way.
Yeah, Narveson will get an accidental assist on that ball. A hot shot hit right at his feet back on the mound. Tried to kind of skip over it. It hit off his shoe and bounced right to Felipe Lopez, who was going up the middle of the field anyway to try to field that ball. Turned into an easy out at first base. Maybe caught him on that right leg, the back leg, as he followed through on that pitch. You know, and Milton Bradley's comments, you can take it for what it's worth. Everybody has their own opinions and their own ideas, but that's become standard operating procedure. Anytime you make any kind of a mistake, whether it's an athlete or a politician or a school teacher, regardless of how egregious your offense, if you issue a statement that said, geez, I'm sorry, everything's okay, let's move forward. Well, it's not always that easy.
Well, that's true. And the 0-1 is pop foul. I think the fact that he will not return to the team the rest of this season answers part of that. Even though there was an apology today, it doesn't mean he's able to return to the team before the end of the season. And as far as the future, we really don't want to speculate. It's not our decision. It'll be an organizational decision on what his future is with the team or whether he moves on to another organization. Still has 2 years left on his deal. Fox caught looking 5 up, 5 down for Narveson. We'll bring up Jeff Baker with 2 outs.
Well, Narveson with a Ted Lilly-like backdoor cutter that time just did nip the outside corner.
Passing Von Joshua and Tyler Colvin down in the tunnels. They were headed to the batting cage, and about 15 feet behind them was Jeff Baker. And as they were walking by, I had not met Tyler Colvin yet, so I shook his hand and introduced myself and said, nice going. And I saw Baker about 2 seconds later. He goes, we got another Tiger. We're going to battle those LSU guys. And I thought, what's he mean? And I realized, oh, they both went to Clemson. So you have Jeff Baker and Tyler Colvin, the Clemson Tiger connection, with Fontenot and Terrio, the LSU Tiger connection. So a little competition going on. I like it. Called strike 3. So Narveson has 3 Ks early on. The Cubs don't have a base runner. Bottom 2, 0-0.
Americans are always finding ways to be more responsible. And so is BMW. It's called Efficient Dynamics, a commitment to lower emissions while enhancing the thrill of the drive. It's the reason BMW offers the most fuel-efficient luxury fleet in America. And while you'll find responsibility quite exhilarating.
Hurry in to the BMW Greener Days sales event now and lease a 328i for only $349 a month.
You can't get Kentucky Grilled Chicken on a value menu.
Yeah, you can. Now you can get the great taste of new Kentucky Grilled Chicken for just $1.99. The new Kentucky Grilled Chicken Value Box, only on the KFC Ultimate Value menu. Unthink, it tastes the under $2 side of KFC.
Are you going to the game or looking for a place to watch it? The Captain Morgan Club on Addison and Sheffield is calling your name. Open year-round with 30 flat-screen TVs and an outdoor patio. Come to the Captain Morgan Club to watch the Cubs and every sporting event. Tickets or no tickets, we're calling all captains.
Coach Ditka, it's hot up here and we're out of cold Coors Light. What do we do?
Go get it!
Great idea, but we've only got $10.
What do you want, 11? What do you want, 11?
We need more than that.
Ditka's wallet!
And we got it. We just found your wallet. We'll just use a credit card for the cold Coors Light.
Hey! 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 Hey!
Cross Brewed Coors Light, official beer sponsor of the NFL.
Coach, I just bought a Coors Light t-shirt. What do you think?
Hey, no stretch there, baby. No stretch there.
It's a little snug.
Next Tuesday, September 29th, the Cubs host the Pirates at Wrigley Field. Game time is 7:05, but as always, be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 fans will receive an exclusive limited edition Fergie Jenkins bobblehead doll, compliments of Wrigley.
Home half of the second. Here's Prince Fielder to start it. Casey McGee, Mike Cameron also due up. A lot of home runs in this inning. 76 combined. Prince Fielder has more than half. You look at Fielder, McGee, and Cameron. They overshift on the right side against this pull-happy power hitter. It's like they're going in. They're over the plate, but good heat. In August, Prince made some headlines when he lost his cool after getting hit by a pitch in L.A. in the 9th inning by former teammate Guillermo Mota. Apparently that was in retaliation after Manny Ramirez got plunked. After the game, Fielder had to be restrained as he tried to get into the Dodger clubhouse. And he later said in a moment of clarity, probably could have handled it a little better. And after the high fastball at 98 and got a piece of it.
I have no doubts Prince Fielder could handle himself one-on-one against just about anybody, but walking into the other team's clubhouse is probably not the best way to go about it, because you're outnumbered there 25-1.
I might take Prince. Two bouncer to Lee, and he throws out fielders. He gets it to Samardzija.
That reminds me of a time very early on in Jason Kendall's career. I believe he was a member of the Pirates when he charged the other team's dugout. I think he was going after Gary Sheffield, if I'm not mistaken, and Sheffield had scored and apparently said something to Kendall on the way past, and was walking back to the third base dugout, and Kendall dropped his glove and his mask and charged the third base dugout.
Let's put it this way. I might not take Fielder against 25, but Kendall and Fielder, yeah, I'd take them against 25. A couple of hard-nosed players. So is Casey McGee, 0-1 on the former Cub. Well, it's noticeable, and any Cub fan who's watched Jeff Samardzija a lot, you can really just watch his arm as he takes the ball out of his glove. You can see he really makes an effort to pull the ball back behind his body before letting it loose. I think it's added some velocity, and as you said, has really helped that downward plane. Well, it used to be that ball got up right near his ear, which is something you'd see from catchers a lot, that short arm delivery.
You bring up a great point. Different players, depending on which position you play. Obviously, a pitcher is a completely unique position out there than the way you throw the ball, but outfielders usually have a very long arm stroke, Kosuke Fukudome being an exception to that rule, and most infielders and catchers have a very, very short arm stroke because they need to get rid of the ball quicker to get the outs that they're looking for.
Ooh, way up and in. Now that will get your attention, and how about McGee just digs right back in. Sure, the adrenaline's pumping pretty hard right now too. 3-2 the count on Casey. Got him, called strike three. 99 that time from Jeff Samardzija.
We've talked about the hot gun throughout this series, but Samardzija is throwing extremely hard tonight. Boy, especially when he gets it going downhill like that to the bottom of the strike zone. Perfectly placed fastball right at the knees on the outside corner.
That's his first strikeout as he faces Mike Cameron. That's going to be out of play. Jeff will pitch in Mexico during winter ball. Try to continue on and get some more innings. And that's going to start up not too long after the big league season ends.
Well, you don't want too much of a delay between the end of the regular season and the beginning of winter ball, because he's worked very hard, as we've talked about throughout the early part of this game, to refine his mechanics, change his arm stroke, and you don't want him to take too much time off.
High and fairly deep, but very playable as now Colvin comes in to record the third out. First ball up in the air off the Brewers bat tonight. Pitchers have dominated through 2. No score.
Chevy Silverado. More confidence than Ford F-150. Better backed than F-150. At a value F-150 can't touch. Silverado, from the family of the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. Get 0% APR for 60 months on every 09 Silverado half-ton model with an average finance savings of more than $6,400. See your local Chevy dealer.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
Why do people shop at K&K True Value Hardware?
The place where you want to feel like you're being treated as a customer and as a person. That's the good vibes that you get back from people at K&K.
I know that when I walk in the door, someone is going to be there to help me. My gosh, I've seen some of the same people for 25 years.
They're friendly. They help me out with a lot of my questions, and it's just great to see a smile.
Service with answers, that's the K&K way.
How can a 94-year-old green guy save you money during the recession? He can check out your comfort system for free and tell you how to save money on energy efficiency. J.L. Brady has been offering the best HVAC service in Iowa and Illinois since 1915, and they can show you how to go green and save up to 30% on heating and cooling expenses. A system like that could pay for itself in less than 2 years. They're family-owned, and after all these years, still doing it the Brady way, the right way.
Get the best Chicago sports news nightly on Sports Night, presented by Dex. Coming up tonight after Cubs post-game live, highlights from the Blackhawks at the Caps, plus a full Major League recap. Join Mark and Pat for Sports Night, presented by Dex, after Cubs post-game live tonight on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. First action for Reed Johnson in a while. July 29th. Well, he fouled the ball off the top of his foot. And he's going to have extra bases. Johnson with a double, lost a piece of equipment as he almost tripped over second base. That was a little scary. He fouled the ball right off the top of his left foot and then missed a week shy of 2 months. Good to see him back. First hit for either team.
Well, this is a guy that doesn't like to sit out one ball game. For him to sit out that length of time, you know how anxious he was to be back in the lineup and waste absolutely no time getting involved in the offense, jerking a double down that left field line.
Brings up Giovanni Soto's batting eighth. Well, it's just been such a roller coaster offensively for Gio. We saw him really start to get it together, but on this trip, 1 for 17. Just hasn't been able to sustain a good 3-4 weeks, and that's why his batting average sits here at .219 with a week and a half to go. Has taken his walks this season. That's why his on-base percentage is 100 points better, but you know, Gio's going to work very hard this winter to try to get back to the numbers he displayed when he won the Rookie of the Year last year. I think no World Baseball Classic will help. Have a full spring training. Base hit left field. Johnson had to make sure it got through. So he stops at third, and now Samardzija will come up, and the Cubs have a decision to make. Either just to bunt that runner up or try to make some contact and get Johnson in.
And I would assume Samardzija is going to try to put down a sac bunt to move Gio up to second base. Middle of the plate fastball. Soto all over that one. Yeah, just a standard run-of-the-mill sacrifice bunt here to move Soto up to second base and have 2 runners in the scoring position for the top of the order. And if it happens to be a perfect bunt and Reed Johnson reads it well, then maybe it turns into a safety squeeze.
He squares, takes it high.
And if indeed this is just a run-of-the-mill sac bunt, it should go to the first base side of the field. Prince Fielder holding on Giovanni Soto will get a late break toward home, while Casey McGee at third is charging very early.
The 1-0, a strike, 1-1. Now, as the runner at third, if, for instance, Fielder or McGee fields the ball and goes to second instead, what is the runner at third supposed to do?
Well, that's a tough one to read. I mean, it helps to know the capabilities of the defenders, and that's where your advanced scouting comes in. Does Fielder try to get the lead runner on a sac bunt situation, or are they content just to get the out at first base?
There's the bunt. Johnson reading it. The throw's going to go to first as Reed stays at third. First career sac bunt.
And popped it up just a little bit, but put it in a good spot, and that ball just fell softly to the ground. Narveson has only 1 play to first base and very nearly lollipopped that ball to the point where Samardzija almost beat it out.
Well, Jeff needs a haircut. I mean, he always needs a haircut, but he really needs one now. You know what? If he wins tonight, he can just let it go. That should get the run in. Garrett the catch. Here comes the throw to the plate. Actually, no. Reed Johnson not going to test him, and looked like a smart move in the end. That was a really good throw by Garrett. Got behind it, and he keeps Johnson at third base.
Boy, the real difference maker on that play, Len, is the fact that Garrett's a left-handed thrower. Catches the ball. His momentum is going right toward home plate. If he were a right-handed thrower, he would have had to turn back against his own body to get into a position to make that kind of a throw. That's a nice play.
So it's up to the rookie Colvin to get it done. First two guys had base hits, but now all of a sudden they're 2 out. That's a strike. Arvidsson was taken in the second round by the Cardinals out of Asheville, North Carolina 9 years ago, 2000. World Series ring with the Cardinals in 06. Good curveball, strike 2. Tommy John surgery back before the 02 season. He's 27 years old. One career win, that was in relief at Washington on August 22nd. 0-2 pitch, got it. So Arvidsson escapes, and we remain scoreless as we head to the bottom of the third.
I am the strength and you are the breath, and you will grow, become the best, and in your time find blue skies everywhere.
For generations, families have built lasting traditions with the confidence that Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois will continue to be there for all the celebrations yet to come.
Find blue skies everywhere.
Why design a vehicle with 88 vibration control measures? Why engineer 20 available systems that sense and respond to your needs before you're even aware of them? Because the average driver spends over 40,000 hours of their lifetime driving. The new 2010 Lexus ES, uniquely designed to make every hour feel just as remarkable as the first. At your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
Hey, Mom, I need some minutes.
I just gave you some at the restaurant.
Yeah, no, I threw them out. They were old.
Old?
So...
They're rollover minutes. They are as good as new. You know, not everyone gets to keep their unused minutes. And these days, we can't afford to be wasteful. Saving minutes.
Saves money, yeah.
Only AT&T's Family Talk with Rollover saves your family's unused minutes. And saving minutes saves money. Now get 50% off all Samsung touchscreen phones after mail-in rebate. Only from AT&T.
After the Cubs game, stay tuned for Lowe's Cubs postgame live. Extended highlights, press conferences, locker room interviews, and expert analysis with Todd Hollandsworth. Lowe's Cubs postgame live after the game on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Well, Len, we've been talking about the difference in the mechanics for Jeff Samardzija tonight as opposed to his earlier appearances this season. On the left is August 12th when he started against the Phillies. Watch his right arm. Takes it out of the glove, and that will never get extended any further than that behind him. Watch the one on the right now. Tonight, watch his right arm as he really gets it extended out behind his body, really drives toward that strike zone and stays on top of the pitch much better. Completely different looking delivery.
Still scoreless as he faces the lower third of the Milwaukee order, starting with Jason Kendall. The 0-1 from Samardzija's pop foul. Back to the seats.
And it's a much more fluid looking delivery. Everything seems to kind of flow together, whereas earlier this season, it was almost a herky-jerky delivery. You know, I need my hands here, then I need to put the ball there, and then I need to do this. Now everything just kind of flows together. Looks much more comfortable for him.
Seen a lot of heaters. It's been a good one for Jeff. Another fastball. And Johnson will catch it. Well, Jeff's missed his spots a few times, but the fastball's got a lot of life tonight, and he has missed in his favor. The 25th annual Cubs convention will take place at the Hilton Chicago on January 15th, 16th, and 17th, 2010. Rooms are available now by calling the Hilton Chicago at 312-922-4400 and asking for the Cubs convention rate. Weekend passes will go on sale in early November. For more information, visit Cubs.com. That was a slider low and away to Alcides Escobar, Brewers shortstop. Line shot, base hit to the left, their first of the night. They'll bring up the pitcher Narveson, probably trying to bunt Escobar into scoring position.
And if he does, it'll be his first of the season. We mentioned only his third start, 18 appearances, or rather 16 appearances out of the bullpen before tonight, and obviously not very many at bats.
Have some rotation notes as it's bunted out in front of the plate. Soto points Samardzija to first, covered by Baker. Ryan Dempster will start tomorrow in San Francisco, followed by Carlos Zambrano Friday night. Saturday it'll be left-hander Tom Gorzolani. Ted Lilly has been penciled in for Sunday, but that is not yet definite. We'll have tomorrow night's game right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Bob and I hit the air at 9 o'clock as Brad Penny. Those numbers combined between Boston and the Giants. Coming off a bad one, but he was good his first few times out with San Francisco. A couple of former hot Marlins prospects will match up. Cubs should know by tomorrow whether or not Ted Lilly will be ready to go on Sunday. They're just remaining extra cautious with a guy who was on the disabled list earlier this season with shoulder and knee issues. Not quite sure if Rich Harden will get another start or not. And Randy Wells probably will get just one more, although he seems to want to talk his manager into 2 more starts. Lopez hits it foul to make it 1-2.
Yeah, we've talked repeatedly over the last couple of weeks how there's always something to play for, even if you drop out of playoff contention. And in Randy Wells' case, he wants to prove to the organization his durability. He wants to show that he can eat up the innings necessary to be in that starting rotation full time next year.
Just inside, and it's 2-2 to Lopez. Moved his hands. Full count, 3-2. Lopez has hit in 6 straight, 3 for 11 in the series. Brew Crew fan emulating his favorite outfielder. Wears the sunglasses on his hat
because it looks cool.
Too high for the first walk of the night. Second time through the order now for Samardzija. He's been fastball heavy to start the game. Garrett taps it on the ground. Lee will get it right near first base. That's it. They get their first hit and a walk, but Strand a pair. Off to the fourth. 0-0 from Milwaukee.
Let's all paint the town red and white, black and brown. Watch the colors dry. They mix so well, it's no surprise. We are all in this together. Let's all build a home, gather up the friends you know. Somewhere we can go. We'll make it.
The hybrid for everyone is here. The Insight, designed and priced for us all, from Honda.
My name is Tucker Max, and I'm a vacuous pilot. Naughty little pig.
Sam, here we go, baby. Yeah.
Use a designated slot.
It's nice to meet you.
Dance, monkey. Dance for your dollar.
You need to ask yourself, what would Tucker do?
Don't mind me, boys. I'm just baking a quiche.
Rated R.
Jim, what are you doing?
Dave, did you forget? You told me to chop 25% off every window.
Jim, the price.
Yeah, right.
It's Feldco's September sale. Feldco is chopping 25% off the price of every window.
Hurry, the sale ends soon. Call now.
The Beanstalk's out back.
Call 866 for Feldco.
Tomorrow, the Cubs try to squash the Giants as they battle the San Francisco Crew at AT&T Park. Coverage begins with BMW Cubs pregame live. Join Len and Bob for Cubs Giants tomorrow at 8:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Len and Bob and our Comcast Sportsnet crew from Milwaukee. Cubs already clinching the season series. They've won 10 and lost 6. 5-3 at home, 5-3 here. Curveball strike from Narveson to Lee.
A third of the strikes that Narveson has thrown in this ball game have been looking. He's dropping that big breaking ball in there at the bottom of the zone.
Derek 0 for 2 to start this one. Time for our Aflac trivia question. It's pop culture quiz time. Milwaukee announcer Bob Uecker starred in what 1980s TV series? Can give you a few hints. It ran from 1985 to 1990. Can't tell you how many times I'm sure people went up to him and said the name of the main character in the show. Don't want to give it right now, it'll give it away. But he actually wasn't the main character in the show. He appeared in 115 of the 117 all-time episodes. And we'll have the answer coming up.
I actually know one. I don't have to look up in the media guide.
Yeah. I believe. Ramirez going to tweak the shoulder on that swing.
It's going to be a persistent problem for Aramis until he can shut it down for the off season. Hopefully rest and rehab and get the muscles in that shoulder stronger.
Last 4 strikeouts for Narveson have been looking like Tom Gorzolani the other night.
I mean, Narveson's showing some pretty good stuff here early in the ball game. Sneaky, quick fastball. We've seen the big breaking ball, but he might have something in his delivery that causes the Cubs hitters to have a little problem picking up the pitches.
Gorzolani was really good the other night. Got the win. What does Narveson remind you of? Maybe Chris Capuano?
A little bit.
From the windup with a leg kick. 7-pitch inning. Fox pops out. And as we roll along to the bottom of the 4th, no score.
Hey, it's great to see
you back after that accident.
Well, I couldn't have gotten by without it.
Is that different than health insurance?
Well, yeah, Affleck pays you cash to help with the bills that health insurance doesn't cover.
Really?
Well, if you're hurt and can't work, who's going to help pay for gas, the mortgage, all kinds of expenses?
Affleck! It's the protection you need to help stay ahead of the game.
Exactly.
Affleck, we've got you under our wing.
Affleck, 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 Affleck.
For a limited time only, lease a 2010 XF for $599 at your local Jaguar dealer.
Hey, what are we doing tonight?
I don't know. How about Cosmic Bowling?
Lucas Lanes, 555-1200. Lucas Lanes, Laser Light Show. Lucas Lanes, 2 miles away.
Ooh, whoa.
Hi. 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 Wow. Lucas Lanes.
Ow! The most complete local info in the book at dexknows.com and now on your mobile device. Dex knows.
Well, he's Mr. Baseball, and he has a SAG card, too. Bob Uecker's start in what 1980s TV series?
Affleck!
It was Mr. Belvedere, but he wasn't Mr. Belvedere. He played George Owens. Christopher Hewitt played Mr. Belvedere. He had a nice run, 85 to 90. And I believe, Bob, that Bob Uecker was the most frequent guest on the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson.
I think you're right, yeah.
He was one of Johnny's favorites.
Oh, we've heard many of the stories that he told on the Tonight Show to Johnny Carson over the years. Funny, funny man.
An unscripted Hall of Fame speech as he won the Ford C. Frick Award a few years ago, and it was one of the funniest ever. Samardzija against Braun. Notre Dame against Miami. Strike one. That's killed but foul.
Strike two.
That's all it is.
And hopefully Jeff realizes that. I mean, that's one thing that can unsettle a young pitcher when you make your best pitch up there and a guy turns it around and hits it in the second deck, just foul down the left field line. You wonder about your stuff. But the reality is it's a strike. We talked many times about Greg Maddux would do that intentionally. Just lob one up there on the inside part of the plate, let a guy pull it foul. Okay, strike one. Let's go to work.
Well, this is a good sign. Jeff's gone 0-2 on half the hitters he's faced. 6 of the 12. And there's no secret. That's why he's been successful tonight with his stuff. And it's been really good early on. If he consistently throws strikes, he 9 times out of 10 should have success. Diving attempt with no glory for Terrio as Braun has a leadoff single.
Getting ahead of the count is so important for any pitcher. If you picture the strike zone as a balloon, when you get ahead in the count as a pitcher, that balloon gets a little bigger for that hitter. He's got more area that he has to protect. When the hitter gets ahead in the count and the pitcher falls behind, you let some air out of that balloon. You make the strike zone a little bit smaller and force that pitcher to throw something you're looking for.
Long run for Fox. Come on, Jake. Just can't get there. Lands foul.
Yeah, Lou was talking about the outfield that he had on the field at the end of the ball game last night with Sam Fold in left, Tyler Colvin in center, and Kosuke Fukudome in right. One of the best defensive outfield the Cubs have run out there in a long time. All three guys capable of covering a lot of ground. And I have a feeling if the Cubs get a lead in this game, we're going to see Sam Fold in left field at some point tonight.
It's deeper to left. Fox back on the warning track. He leaps. He can't get it. It's a home run for Prince Fielder. Just snuck it over the barrier, and it's 2-0 on his 42nd of the year. That's how close the Cubs were to retiring Fielder, and then boom.
Well, he got Fielder to chase some high fastballs in his first at bat of this ball game, but didn't get that one up quite high enough. And Jeff may be getting a little fastball happy here in this inning. Kept challenging Ryan Braun even though he was ahead in the count 1-2, and that time a high fastball to Prince Fielder got tomahawked out of here to left.
1-1 on McGee. One sliders down. So Fielder homering in back-to-back games. This one giving Milwaukee its first lead of the series. Second career start for Samardzija, his 46th major league appearance. Got a 5-year major league deal with the Cubs during the convention in 2007. Club options for the 2012 and 13 campaigns. Called strike 3, rings up McGee again. 2 strikeouts, both against McGee.
And both on nearly identical pitches. That fastball that starts just a little bit off of the outside corner and tails back at the knees to get the called strike.
Cameron takes ball 1. Full slate around baseball. We'll keep you posted tonight. Yankees last night clinched a playoff spot for the 14th time over the last 15 years. And they celebrated today by beating the Angels 3-2. That's a final. A.J. Burnett over Scott Kazmir, with Mariano Rivera picking up his 42nd save. A 2-1 offering lined at Ramirez for the out.
Brewers are starting to catch up with some of those fastballs that Jeff Samardzija is leaving in the middle of the plate. And start mixing in a few more off-speed pitches. Even if he doesn't throw it for a strike, you just have to throw the hitter something to get him off of that heater.
1-0. 2-0 to Kendall. Bounced foul. Cardinals are in Houston again, trying to hand the Astros their 10th straight loss. John Smoltz matching up with Bud Norris, and they are scoreless in the bottom of the third. Floated out into center, but it's going to hold up for Colvin. Made the catch about knee high. And that ball was dipping right at the end. Fielder with a 2-run homer in Milwaukee with its first lead of the set. It's 2-0 after 4.
Coach Ditka, it's hot up here and we're out of Cold Coors Light. What do we do?
Go get it!
Great idea, but we've only got $10.
What do you want, 11? What do you want, 11?
We need more than that.
Ditka's wallet!
And we got it. We just found your wallet. We'll just use a credit card for the Cold Coors Light.
Hey! 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 Hey!
Cross Brewed Coors Light, official beer sponsor of the NFL.
Coach, I just bought a Coors Light t-shirt. What do you think?
There ain't no stretch there, baby. No stretch there.
Swing into Valley Pub for fun times and a great atmosphere. Kick back, sample the incredible drink selections and our daily specials. Watch your favorite teams and sporting events on our flat screen TVs or sit out on the patio with a view of Valley Falls Golf Course. Come see us on Tuesdays for tacos. 100% of all donations directed to local charities and people in need. Live music on Saturdays. Visit our website, mulligansvalleypub.com. Get your Irish on in Co Valley.
At Mulligan's Valley Pub!
How can a 94-year-old green guy save you money during the recession? He can check out your comfort system for free and tell you how to save money on energy efficiency. J.L. Brady has been offering the best HVAC service in Iowa and Illinois since 1915, and they can show you how to go green and save up to 30% on heating and cooling expenses. A system like that could pay for itself in less than 2 years. They're family-owned, and after all these years, still doing it the Brady way, the right way.
Bears Blitz every Wednesday and Thursday at 4:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Luke Stuckmeyer here. Don't forget to check out my Cubs blog, Bricks and Ivy, at csnchicago.com, brought to you by Toshiba.
Cubs find themselves trailing for the first time this week. 2-0 on Prince Fielder's home run. Trying to find a way to get to Chris Narveson, making just his third start this season. One strike on Jeff Baker. That's low. 1-1. Narveson signed with Milwaukee prior to the 08 season. Minor league deal. Good curve. Five appearances, one start for the world champion Cardinals in 06. His first major league action. Called strike 3.
Jeff Baker having some clutch problems tonight. Just can't seem to get that bat going. Struck out on 3 pitches, all looking in his first at bat of the ball game, and caught looking at a curveball followed by a fastball here.
Johnson doubled to lead off the third. He would get to third on Giovanni Soto's single, but would not score. Well, you alluded to it earlier. I mean, Reed Johnson could have shut it down. It would have been very easy to do so, especially with a team basically out of the playoff race. Good changeup, 1-1. I mean, he really wanted to come back and get some action here at the end of the year. Coming back from a left foot fracture, also on the DL with lower back spasms. Before that, 1-2.
You know, and I don't think we've really given Reed Johnson the credit for what he means to the team and his absence and what that meant to the ball club, what it forced Lou to do, play Kosuke Fukudome against some left-handed pitchers that he probably would rather sit Kosuke against.
Oh, man. That's 7 strikeouts. The last 6. Looking. My hero Ernie Harwell would say excessive window shopping has been the bane of the Cubs' existence tonight.
Narvison's curveball is vaguely similar to Rich Hill. It's a big one. His, however, is a lot sharper, and he throws it a lot harder than Rich Hill threw his big curveball. But it's the same one. When it leaves his hand, it looks like it's going to be a wild pitch to the backstop and ends up dive bombing right down into the strike zone. I mean, we know how much the loss of Aramis Ramirez for 50 games meant to the offense and defense of the Cubs. The pitchers that spent time on the DL, but you know, Reed Johnson was a guy that played a very important role with this ball club, starting against those tough left-handers, playing good defense in the outfield, and always seemed to give the team a little shot of energy when he was in there.
Oh, another one. Wow, how about that? He strikes out the side, all looking. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. 7 straight looking. 2-0 Milwaukee.
Some people think the smart thing to do when times are tough is to wait it out. Don't make any moves. Play it safe. If you look out your window, you can see those people from up here. Nothing's gonna hold you down, so book your flight and keep on flying. Southwest Airlines has flights starting at just $69 one way. And remember, on Southwest, your bags fly free. Grab your bag. It's on. Book now at southwest.com.
See Wrigley Field like you never have before. Take a 90-minute behind-the-scenes tour of this legendary ballpark. Now, Chicago Trolley offers convenient transportation to and from Wrigley Field. Purchase tickets by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS or by visiting Cubs.com.
Corona Light, now in a 12-ounce tall can.
Comcast Digital Preferred and high-speed internet customers now get the most live sports anywhere. It's like controlling your very own Comcast sports unit.
What we got? Down 6, 4th and goal, 2 minutes left. It's tight.
Get an all-star lineup of sports programming like NFL Network, NHL Network, MLB Network, NBA TV, ESPNU, and more at no additional cost. Touchdown! Plus 3,000 more live games on ESPN360.com with Comcast.net. Join millions of digital preferred and high-speed internet customers who now have the most live sports.
Hi everyone, Gail Fisher with you. Join us for Sports Night tonight after Cubs postgame live. We'll have complete highlights of the Sox and Cubs games, plus how Kenny Williams is reacting to the Southsiders' disappointing season and why the Bears aren't worried about their running game just yet. That's later on Sports Night, but now more Cubs baseball with Len and Bob.
Yeah, thanks. It appears as though the Cubs batters may have to expand their strike zone just a little bit.
Well, it's been twice through the order now, with the exception of Jeff Samardzija, and the Cubs hitters have seen everything Narveson has to offer at this point. Make no mistake about it, it's been very good up to this point, but shouldn't be fooled by that big curveball anymore.
2-0 on Prince Fielder's home run, as Alcides Escobar will start the Brewers' 5th. Two hits for the Cubs, 3 for the Brewers, who have the lead. That's a good slider. 1-1. Escobar came in hitting .348 over his last 14 games. 2 for 4. Last night he couldn't pull the bat back in time. A ball and 2 strikes. The Brewers, if you remember, kind of easy to forget at this point, spent a month and a half in first place earlier this year. 45 days. They have not been above third since July 21st, 2 months ago. And again, officially eliminated from contention. Terrio throws out his counterpart Escobar. Hey, next Wednesday, September 30th is MetLife Day at Wrigley Field. Don't miss the action as the Cubs host the Pirates at 7:05. The first 10,000 fans get a Cubs Snoopy doll. Compliments of MetLife. Narveson laid down a sac bunt his first time, takes a healthy hack and fouls it away. It was the first time he didn't strike out as a major league hitter. He's 0 for 4 in his career, and all the outs have been strikeouts. And it would be appropriate if they were all looking, but probably not. Two and two. I mentioned the Cubs rotation this weekend. The Giants will go with, as we said, Brad Penny, then Tim Lincecum on Friday, Barry Zito Saturday, and Matt Cain on Sunday. It won't be easy. Although their starters have struggled on their current road trip. Cain got knocked around last night. Another foul pop.
Well, speaking of Tim Lincecum, who do you like for the Cy Young in the National League, partner? I know there's still some games left to go and big games left to go for some of the guys involved, but
Adam Wainwright.
Adam Wainwright.
I think so. I mean, at this point, I'd take a look at the numbers again, but when you add up the innings and wins and ERA and everything, I'd go with Wainwright. How about you?
I would lean toward Wainwright, and for me, I'd have Chris Carpenter a close second. Only because for me, Chris Carpenter is a guy that can go out and still be effective without his best stuff. We've seen Tim Lincecum a couple of times this year when he didn't have good command of that fastball and had some problems early in the ball game, and he just didn't seem to right the ship and find a way to get through those tough outings the way that Chris Carpenter and Adam Wainwright have this year.
Lopez with 2 outs. 5 straight retired by Samardzija after the Fielder home run. How about in the American League? Zach Greinke, 2.08.
And he's had 6 starts this year where he gave up 0 or 1 run and didn't win.
Yeah. I mean, they're 25 under 500, and he has 15 wins for Kansas City. Now, this guy won't win it. Got to mention his name, though. Scott Feldman of the Texas Rangers, 17 wins and a 3.62 ERA. What a year he's had. Halladay, Sabathia, Felix Hernandez, other guys who will get consideration, but I'd go with Greinke. Goes 3-1 to get Lopez. And 5 in the books. Good pitchers matchup tonight. 2-0 Milwaukee.
Feel closer to the road. In the new, more powerful, more responsive 2010 Range Rover Sport.
Seven, 19, 36, 52, 4, and the mega ball number is 35.
That concludes last night's Mega Millions drawing.
Millions of people, everyone out for themselves. Can this really be the only way? No. Here's to gallantry and to doing the right thing. Here's to honor, long may it live, and to a code of behavior that sets certain men apart. Here's to us, live with chivalry. Chivas 18-year-old. Please enjoy Chivas responsibly.
After the Cubs game, stay tuned for Lowe's Cubs postgame live. Extended highlights, press conferences, locker room interviews, and expert analysis with Todd Hollandsworth. Lowe's Cubs postgame live after the game on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Here's Samardzija leading off the Cubs' sixth. He swings away a high fly deep to right. Jody Garrett's back. It's gone! Jeff Samardzija with a home run. His first career homer, his first career hit. Those flowing locks out of that batting helmet as he rounded the bases. Wow.
High fives and smiles around that Cubs dugout. That's one way to avoid getting called out on a strike three.
Terrio out into center base hit. That's a bloop single for Terrio. So it's the pitcher who kind of gets this offense untracked.
I never thought I'd say this, but our Heineken home run replay, Jeff Samardzija going oppo. He had a little bat flip there at the end too. He really crushed that ball into the front row of the second deck out there in right field.
So the tying run is on base after the Terrio bloop hit, and it's Colvin who's 0 for 2. Curveball strike. Sprayed foul, 0-2. I guess Jeff Samardzija can't cut his hair now.
Doesn't want to lose his strength. Yeah.
While Narveson has been a lot more effective against righties than lefties, he's been on his game tonight, and that makes it a tough matchup for anyone, but I think in particular a lefty like Colvin. And he's hanging in there. Fans making some noise. And Colvin chased for Narveson's 9th strikeout. I believe that's a career high. I haven't even looked. His previous career high was 6. 9 already tonight. Tomorrow night, Daley and the Cubs try to squash the Giants as they battle San Francisco at AT&T Park, followed by Lowe's Cubs postgame live. Don't miss the Cubs and Giants pregame live at 8:30 right here on Comcast Sportsnet tomorrow night. Fans' best friend. Oh, 0-1 to Lee. Jeff Samardzija started the inning with an opposite field home run. Put the Cubs on the board. Derek hasn't seen a fastball yet in this at bat. He doesn't think he saw a strike there. Todd Coffey is up.
Bring him in, please. At this point, the Cubs want to see anybody other than Chris Narveson. He is on top of his game tonight. Not only the fastball and the big sweeping breaking ball, but that last pitch was a changeup for a called strike.
Curveball bounced foul. Certainly contrasting styles, to say the least, tonight. The hard-throwing Samardzija, 97 to 99 on his fastball. A few sliders, maybe a couple splits. Narveson has liberally used his curveball. Seen some more changeups here lately. And he spotted his fastball well all night. It's the only fastball of that entire sequence, and he strikes out lead looking for number 10.
That's what a pitcher can do. If you establish you can throw your breaking pitches and your off-speed changeup for strikes, it makes that fastball look all that much quicker when you show it to a hitter late in a sequence.
So that's going to be it for Narveson. I think he wants to give the ball to the manager after what has to be considered one of the best performances of his career. It's a standing ovation. Lexus call to the pen. It'll be Coffey against Ramirez. Here comes Todd Coffey. We'll be back.
Americans are always finding ways to be more responsible. And so is BMW. It's called Efficient Dynamics, a commitment to lower emissions while enhancing the thrill of the drive. It's the reason BMW offers the most fuel-efficient luxury fleet in America. And while you'll find responsibility quite exhilarating.
Hurry in to the BMW Greener Days sales event now and lease a 328i for only $349 a month.
Comcast Digital Preferred and high-speed internet customers now get the most live sports anywhere. It's like controlling your very own Comcast sports unit.
What we got? Down 6, 4th and goal, 2 minutes left. It's tight.
Get an all-star lineup of sports programming like NFL Network, NHL Network, MLB Network, NBA TV, ESPNU, and more at no additional cost. Touchdown! Plus 3,000 more live games on ESPN360.com with Comcast.net. Join millions of digital preferred and high-speed internet customers who now have the most live sports.
Chevy Silverado. More confidence than Ford F-150. Better backed than F-150. At a value F-150 can't touch. Silverado, from the family of the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. Get 0% APR for 60 months on every 09 Silverado half-ton model with an average finance savings of more than $6,400. See your local Chevy dealer.
Right-hander Todd Coffey makes the second consecutive appearance. A scoreless 7th last night.
Gave up a leadoff double in the 7th inning last night to Derek Lee, but then got a fly ball to left and a couple of punch outs to escape damage.
Like Chris Narveson, I think, was about as efficient as you could be on a 70 pitch count night. 54 strikes. Career best 10 strikeouts. He didn't walk anybody. Menard's big lumber stat. He has been a big-time RBI guy, even in limited duty this season. was Narvison's longest career outing. 5 innings was the longest he had gone before this, and it was his last start. Runner goes, throw to second. Oh, he would have had him, but the ball got out of Lopez's glove. So Terrio's safe with his 21st steal. That could be very significant.
Yes, indeed it could. No question the throw beats him to second base, but Felipe Lopez just couldn't hang on.
Ooh.
He never really had that ball in his glove. It hit the heel and dropped out before Terrio even got there.
They give him a stolen base, but man, I'll tell you, for Jason Kendall,
yeah,
goes as an 0 for 1, and he did everything he could. The 1-0 to Ramirez is low and outside, 2-0. Mitch Stetter is up, sidewinding left-hander. Not quite sure why Stetter is up. No lefties other than Colvin in this lineup. It's way down the road, but he is up. That could also be just in case Lou decides to pinch hit.
Yeah, you would think that would be the case. You know, we talked about it last night. It's the only lefty the Brewers have available in the bullpen, and last night Ken Maka used him very early in the ball game and kind of surprised us with that appearance. Now he does have a couple of righties in that bullpen that are very efficient at getting out left-handed hitters that he could go to later in the ball game, but yeah, you would think you'd save your one lefty for that big at bat.
I think Maka might be thinking, well, Jake Fox could be pulled for Michael Hoffpower.
Baker possibly for Fontenot.
Well, you see Fielder, he plays as far off the line at first as pretty much anybody in baseball, save for maybe Albert Pujols. 2-2 to Ramirez, just missed. And we know Randazzo's been trigger happy behind the plate, but this time Coffey did not get the call. On the way, hit foul.
You know, in talking about Prince Fielder and where he positions himself, it really makes a lot of sense when you think about it, because very few right-handed hitters hit the ball right down the first baseline. So why protect that line unless it's late in the ball game and you want to avoid any possible doubles? He gives himself as much range on that right side of the infield as any first baseman.
And by playing there, well, the pitchers certainly have to be heads up. If anything over there the fielder can get on the ground, the pitcher has to cover. Ball 4. It will be Fox. The inning started with Jeff Samardzija getting his first major league hit, and it left the yard, a home run. Terrio then singled. Colvin and Lee struck out, but Terrio stole second base, and that preceded the walk to Ramirez. They had Narvison out of the game, and it's Todd Coffey trying to avoid further damage. Swing and a miss on a slide piece. Ken Maka keeping with the North Carolina theme. Narvison from North Carolina, so is Todd Coffey. He's from Forest City, North Carolina.
If there's any trees there,
I would think.
And that's been the kryptonite to Jake Fox. Teams have discovered his inability to hit that slider that starts in the middle of the plate and breaks down low and away, and he's seen a steady diet of them.
Bounce to third, and McGee will step on the bag to get Terrio. The inning is over, but Jeff Samardzija getting Cub fans onto their feet with an opposite field blast, and it's now a 1-run deficit, 2-1 Milwaukee.
Grab the wheel and discover. Why Lincoln? Why now? Choose from a full line of Lincoln vehicles with the latest in luxury and technology, including Sync, powered by Microsoft, which Lexus, Cadillac, and BMW don't offer at any price. Come in now for 0% financing plus $1,000 cash back on the 2010 Lincoln MKZ. Visit your Lincoln Mercury dealer or landoflincolnmercury.com for details.
Tomorrow, the Cubs try to squash the Giants as they battle the San Francisco Crew at AT&T Park. Coverage begins with BMW Cubs pregame live. Join Len and Bob for Cubs Giants tomorrow at 8:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Trust DHCU for loans for any reason, for any season. Whether starting off on your own or moving into your golden years, we have a loan to fit your needs. Apply online, by mail, or phone, and get a reply as quickly as possible, usually by the same day. So surf us, buzz us, or stop by to find out how DHCU can improve the seasons of your life.
Come out to Valley Falls Adventure Golf for exciting and affordable fun for the whole family. Watch the kids explore the premier miniature golf course in the Quad Cities as you sit back on the patio at Happy Joe's and Rudy's Tacos. Or take a swing yourself. There's adventure at every turn at Valley Falls. We also offer birthday, charity, fundraising, and special events packages for miniature golf and Happy Joe's. Valley Falls Adventure Golf, one slice short of heaven. Located behind Happy Joe's and Rudy's Tacos in Coal Valley.
Sports Night presented by Dax tonight after postgame live on Comcast Sportsnet.
2-1 Milwaukee. The Brewers are trying to avoid a 3-game sweep. First 2 games were blowouts, 10-2 and 7-2. Well, Samardzija's outlasted Narveson to this point. He can get through this 6th, but he trails 2-1. Garrett 0 for 2, a 1-0. That's deep, and it's going to go for Jody Garrett up into that second deck. His 9th of the year. It's 3-1.
Talked about Garrett coming into this series. He's been one of the hottest Brewers hitters, and everything he hits is right on the button. Reached out and pulled that ball back to right field into the second deck. Man.
Double barrel action. Berg and Marshall in the pen. For the home run ball is bitten. Jeff has given up 2. A 1-0 to Braun on the way. Popped out of Gio's mitt, but it's called a strike. Samardzija's pitch count now up in the low 80s. First time he's been on the mound in 8 days. And a base hit to left. And Larry, I believe, is coming out. Now it's going to be Lou. And that might be it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he wants to get the lefty Marshall onto Prince Fielder in this situation.
So the Lexus call to the pen. It will be Sean Marshall against Prince Fielder. When we return, the Cubs trail 3-1.
You can't get Kentucky Grilled Chicken on a value menu.
Yeah, you can. Now you can get the great taste of new Kentucky Grilled Chicken for just $1.99. The new Kentucky Grilled Chicken Value Box, only on the KFC Ultimate Value menu. Unthink, it takes the under $2 side of KFC.
If ever you're not satisfied with one of our tires, please feel free to bring it back. Thank you. Discount Tire Company.
Low prices, more choices. Discount Tire.
Oh, hey, John. You're home early today.
And you're on my patio.
Hey, kids, let's go.
Get your own patio furniture during the last chance summer sale at The Great Escape. Save 30 to 70% on name brand patio collections with our floor model liquidation. And don't miss closeout prices and above ground pool packages. Free installation still available at The Great Escape.
Escape your everyday. Shop The Great Escape. And stay out of my hot tub.
Build your Subway famous $5 footlong like a mighty meatball marinara or succulent Black Forest ham and cheese. Stacked your way from the bread up with the meats, cheeses, and veggies you want. Your flavors on. Subway, eat fresh.
Subway Restaurant's everyday value menu means you can get one of 8 regular 6-inch fresh value meals for just $5. That's one of 8 regular 6-inch sandwiches plus chips and a drink for just $5. Subway, eat fresh.
Sign up for a subscription to Vineline, the official monthly magazine of the Chicago Cubs. Only Vineline offers exclusive coverage from spring training all the way through the Cubs' next postseason run. Visit the Vineline blog at Cubs.com and order today.
6'7" lefty Sean Marshall appearing for the 53rd time. Scoreless 7th last night. Single, a walk, no runs. Samardzija can only watch the rest of the way and hope for a no decision.
Now Fielder 4 for 15 against Sean Marshall. However, only 2 for his last 10.
Bronze at first. Garrett led off the inning with a home run. The homer for Fielder earlier tonight, his 5th of the year against the Cubs, but he came in hitting .226. He's been kind of all or nothing. Five of his 13 hits against the Cubs have left the yard this season. He's the only player in Brewers history to have 3 straight 30 homer and 100 RBI seasons. One and two. Sixth time a Brewer has hit at least 40 home runs. He's done it twice. Richie Sexson did it twice. And Ben Ogilvy and Gorman Thomas each did it once.
You know, at some point, Landon, it may have already happened this season. Prince Fielder is going to get clipped by a pitch on the uniform. And if I'm in the opposing dugout, I'm going to have to come out and argue. That uniform, I don't think, is standard company issue. We've seen him in the post-game celebrations this year when the Brewers players rip their shirt tails out. His shirt tail hangs down past his knees. A lot of extra material hanging out there on that inside part of the strike zone, and if he would happen to get clipped on the jersey, I think it'd be a pretty easy argument to say that he wouldn't have been hit if he was wearing a normal size shirt.
Do you think that you could make that argument and have it be upheld? That's the question.
Well, I think it depends on the umpire.
Yeah, it does. Swing and a miss for the first out. Now, if you were managing, would that be something you would bring up before the game or before the series?
Well, I think it'd be worth just reminding whoever's working the plate that night that, hey, this guy's wearing a burlap sack. This is not a uniform.
Another change as Marshall did his job, strikes out fielder, and here comes rookie Justin Berg to face Casey McGee. Lex is called to the pen. 3-1 Brewers.
Think about the people on your phone. Whose number did you get first? Who do you call the most? With My Contacts backup from US Cellular, they're all stored for you. So no matter what happens to your phone, your numbers stay, just how you imagine them. US Cellular, believe in something better.
7, 19, 36, 52, 4. And the Mega Ball number is 35. That concludes last night's Mega Millions drawing.
Dex, I need an internet cafe. Surf and Perk. It's open 24 hours.
Dex, I broke a heel.
Oh, love your souls. 5 blocks down. Repairs while you wait.
There you are. Dex, I need to find Millinger's Flower Shop.
Chestnut and Browning. Can't miss it.
Dex, you know everything. Come on.
Oh, no.
The AT&T Real Yellow Pages, published by Dex, your most complete local info.
If you missed some of the action, go to On Demand from Comcast, and you'll have access to Comcast Sportsnet Cubs games ready to watch on your schedule. To find out more, call 1-888-4-BEST-TV. Justin Berg pitched the final 2 innings Monday night, and he looked good doing it. 2 hits, no runs. As he faces Casey McGee, trying to get an inning-ending double play ball. All the lefties congregating in the dugout.
Have to keep an eye on Ryan Braun. He leads his Brewers ball club with 15 stolen bases in 21 attempts this year. Didn't look comfortable against Sean Marshall over there at first base, but getting an extra half step on his lead with Berg on the mound now.
Now the rookie Jeff Stevens up in the Cubs bullpen. Balk has been called on Berg. Yep.
This started ever so slightly to go up into his set position and then stopped. Once you begin, you have to continue to move or break contact with the rubber with that right foot.
Justin's a big guy, 6'3", 230, and got a big lower half. Strong, big, thick legs. Doesn't appear to put too much effort into his windup and his delivery. Good sinking fastball in the low 90s. That's a strikeout, but the throw not in time, and Ramirez saved a run just by getting a glove on that ball. He kept it out of left.
And Berg with one look back at second base. Braun anticipated the delivery to home plate and got a great jump. Nice effort by Aramis just to knock that ball down. I like to see Ryan Theriot moving as that throw is being made to third base. He was kind of locked in at his shortstop position. Fortunately, that ball didn't trickle down the left field line. Braun would have been able to score.
One strike to Cameron. It was fly to center and lined hard to third. Another one. 94 that time. 0-2.
And Tony Randazzo has been pretty liberal on that outside corner with those fastballs down around the knees. Tried to go out there again, left that one up a little bit.
Third stint with the Cubs for Berg. 2.43 ERA in 37 games at Iowa. Swing and a miss. He strikes out 2 in the inning. They do get the leadoff homer from Garrett off Samardzija, and it's now 3-1 Milwaukee after 6.
Why design a vehicle with 88 vibration control measures? Why engineer 20 available systems that sense and respond to your needs before you're even aware of them? Because the average driver spends over 40,000 hours of their lifetime driving. The new 2010 Lexus ES, uniquely designed to make every hour feel just as remarkable as the first. At your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
Build your Subway famous $5 footlong like a mighty meatball marinara or succulent Black Forest ham and cheese. Stacked your way from the bread up with the meats, cheeses, and veggies you want. Your flavors on. Subway, eat fresh.
Subway Restaurant's everyday value menu means you can get one of 8 regular 6-inch fresh value meals for just $5. That's one of 8 regular 6-inch sandwiches plus chips and a drink for just $5. Subway, eat fresh.
911. I was robbed. They come, ma'am. I was at this department store. They took my money, and all I got was this dress. Wait, you mean you bought a dress and feel robbed? Yes, help me.
K&G, designer brands for up to 60% less every day. Fashion without the victim.
Free next-day delivery on all major appliances at Lowe's. No rebates, no surprises.
If I were to get this on Tuesday, you could deliver it
Wednesday.
Friday,
Saturday.
Thursday,
Friday.
How about Monday?
Yeah, that's not a day, sir.
No, it's not.
Free next-day delivery. Lowe's. Let's build something together.
After the game, stick around for Lowe's Cubs post-game live. Get highlights of all the action and analysis from Todd Hollinsworth. Don't miss Lowe's Cubs post-game live immediately following the game right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Well, we haven't seen this guy in a while. He's everywhere. Everywhere the Cubs go, there's David Weathers. Still getting the job done, too.
In the same way he's always got it done. Sinker, slider, sinker, slider, sinker, slider.
Who'd you pick tonight?
I didn't have a pick. I'll take Chorizo.
Me too. The Chorizo, the winner. Weathers against Baker. (3-1) Milwaukee. Well, we've seen the sinker and the slider. It's pretty much what you get.
Yeah, don't expect anything else. Thought we might see Mike Fontenot here leading off the inning. He's 2 for 5 lifetime against David Weathers. Obviously not a very big sample size. Jeff Baker 0 for 1 lifetime.
Bobby Scales on deck for Reed Johnson. And I think we'll probably see Fontenot if anybody gets on in that pitcher's spot. Baker fouled it off his foot. Stole some Vanilla Ice from your iPod for the PA here.
Ice, ice, baby.
Floated down the line. It's going to be fair for Jeff Baker. It'll be a single. Tying run will come up.
Hanging slider that time, got jammed a little bit, actually jammed himself that time, but got it out there in no man's land in right field near the foul line.
Bobby Scales, who's basically been the best pinch hitter for the Cubs. Hasn't done it a ton, but he's had a lot of success. How about that? 4 of the 6 hits have been extra base hits. And he came off the bench the other night and had a hit. It was not as a pinch hitter technically, but he had an RBI double on Monday night in the 7th. Down the left field line. Another extra base hit for Bobby Scales in the pinch. Baker's sent home. And it's 3-2. So they're within 1 again as Bobby Scales comes through as a pinch hitter.
Cubs working the corners here in this inning. Baker first hitting one down the right field line, then Bobby Scales goes the other way. Jeff Baker got a great read off the bat. Scurried around the bases, kind of stumbled right there getting into third base, getting his steps right to hit the inside corner of that bag, but scores easily.
So Soto's up there. They're thinking he might bunt. He is not showing bunt and takes a strike. Cornermen are in just in case. Fontenot has jumped into the on-deck circle in the pitcher spot. A fielder backing up a couple of steps after Soto took a called strike. That's low. 1-1. David Weathers was acquired from Cincinnati on August 9th for a player to be named later. 19-year veteran. Former Cub. He's faced the Cubs a lot. Two and one.
Well, I like see Gio take a shot to the right side here. You don't necessarily have to give yourself up and hit a weak grounder to the right side to move that runner to third base. Well, we know Giovanni Soto last year when he was at his best would drive that ball to right center field, hit a lot of line drives through that hole on the right side. I mean, the entire complexion of this ball game changes when you start having pinch hitters in that pitcher spot. If it was Jeff Samardzija in the on-deck circle, then I'd say, yeah, go ahead and try to drive this run in. But with a hitter coming up behind you, you definitely want to move that runner to third base somehow. Ooh. I think it's a foul ball.
Yeah, it hit his bat.
It's a tough thing to think about when you see that ball sailing toward your head, but as a hitter, you're taught to drop the bat as you drop your head. That time Soto got his head out of the way, but left the bat up there, and the ball unfortunately hit it.
So still 2-2. The next one. Bounce to Escobar with Scales holding. Brings up Mike Fontenot. Mike's 11 for his last 20. Joining Stevens with Lester Strode watching. So 4 doubles for Fontenot as a pinch hitter. 2 for 5, as Bob mentioned, against Weathers. This is the only tight game of this series. The first 2 were Cubs blowout wins. They trail by a run. Bounced up the middle. Backhanded by Lopez. Tough throw. Got him. Barely got him. That's a great play by Lopez. Lou didn't think so. He's going to come out and ask Chris Guccione about the call as Matt Sinatra's chatting with him. Guess was that he was safe, but we have the benefit of a replay. Oh, that's as close as it can get. Now I'll tell you what. Ooh, I mean, you could call it either way. The question is, was his spike touching the bag when the ball hit the glove?
And one thing that would have helped Mike Fontenot there is if he hit the front part of the base with the front of his cleat. You could clearly see he hit the front part of the base with his heel, and then the foot hit the middle of the base. There's little tricks as a base runner you can use to make it appear that you get there quicker than you really do. When I go back to that Soto at Badland, I hate to belabor the point, but if he was able to move Bobby Scales to third base, the Brewers would have had the infield in. Mike Fontenot's ground ball probably gets up the middle easily for an RBI and a run.
Terrio with a liner, caught by Lopez, who made 2 really good plays in the inning. And the Cubs can only get 1. It's 3-2 Milwaukee.
The Chicago Cubs strongly encourage the use of public transportation. The CTA offers a variety of options, including the Red Line, which stops right at Wrigley Field at the Edison Station. If you must drive, try the remote parking operation at DeVry University, located near the Edison and Rockwell intersection. The remote lot offers parking and an express bus for just $6. For more details, call the CTA hotline at 773-836-7000 or visit Cubs.com.
1 minute, we were sitting on the couch just talking about it.
And then more and more people kept coming.
It was insane. We were there.
Join Menards this week in saluting our American-made products with Menards Made in the USA sale. Sylvania light bulbs are made in St. Mary's, Pennsylvania. A 4-pack of double life bulbs is 99 cents. Since 1837, Procter & Gamble has built a rich heritage of touching consumers' lives with brands that make life a little better every day. Choose from Tide Powder or Concentrated Era Liquid Laundry Detergent. Your choice, $10.96 each.
Save big money at Menards.
A new season kicks off. Don't miss our debut, Blackhawks Panthers.
Live from Fiendland, October 2nd and 3rd.
Only on Comcast Sportsnet.
You like my accent?
Hey fans, if you're traveling and can't watch your Cubs on TV, you can always catch the game on your computer with MLB.tv. It's the ultimate baseball experience featuring 100 out-of-market games per week live on your computer, and catch those you missed on demand. For more details, visit Cubs.com, where baseball is always on. Bobby Scales will stay in and play right field in place of Reed Johnson. And the new pitcher for the Cubs, Jeff Stevens. We haven't seen Jeff on the mound since September 11th against the Cincinnati Reds. Got the victory in that ball game, even though he gave up 3 hits and 3 runs in 1 inning of work. It's been a while. We'll see how sharp Jeff Stevens is tonight. Boy, golden opportunity for the Cubs there to cash in a run. Lou Piniella still hot about that call at first base, was pleading his case to the third base umpire Jerry Lane between innings. I don't think he got the satisfaction he was looking for.
Jeff Stevens against Jason Kendall. Don't know if there's any relation as Kendall bunts. Stevens throws and gets him, but Pamela Kendall is watching the game tonight back in Chicago. Rooting for the Cubs. Escobar 1 for 2.
Well, she's rooting for the Cubs. I'm guessing there's no connection.
Yeah, that would make sense.
You would think blood would be thicker than team loyalty, but you never know.
When it comes to the Cubs, not necessarily the case. Well, Berg had the sinker, but Stevens with a 4-seam, pretty straight fastball, and the breaking ball. Acquired in the Mark DeRosa deal with Cleveland in the offseason. Pretty sure Jeff calls that a curveball, but it's pretty hard in the mid-80s. That was a 4-seamer in '93. Member of the bronze medal winning U.S. Olympic team in '08. The year before got the save for Team USA in the World Cup championship game against Cuba. That was in Taiwan. Punched foul by Escobar. Padres lead the Rockies 2-0 in the 5th in Denver. Tim Stauffer against Jason Marquis in that one. Marquis looking for his 16th win, which would be a new career high. Cardinals trail 2-0 in Houston in the bottom of the 7th. Real slow curve that time over the head of Escobar. Miguel Tejada with a couple of hits for the Astros. Bud Norris 6 shutout frames. John Smoltz 6 innings 2 runs. Nationals got a run in the bottom of the ninth to beat the Dodgers 5-4. Fly ball center field. It's Colvin. Frank Catalanato will bat for Weathers. The Braves announced today that Bobby Cox will manage next season, gets a 1-year extension, and he will retire after 2010. And as part of his extension, he's been given a consulting contract for 5 years, 2011 to 2015. His 28th season as a major league manager. 2,408 career wins for Bobby Cox. He earned the right to determine his own fate.
Absolutely.
And his team leading tonight at New York 5-2 in the 8th. We'll miss Bobby.
No, the game's going to miss Bobby.
Yep. Hall of Famer, right?
Oh, absolutely.
You go to the postseason 14 straight times, you're in the Hall of Fame.
Well, we've talked about it in past telecasts about Bobby Cox and his tenure there in Atlanta and how he doesn't make adjustments to his players. His players are expected to make adjustments to him and his staff when they come up to the major leagues. And that continuity and that constancy at the major league level, I think, has really made the Braves one of the model franchises in baseball.
Golf the other way. Jake Fox on the move. He can keep on moving right into the dugout. As we head to the 8th, Colvin, Lee, and Ramirez due up. 3-2 Milwaukee.
Because driver distraction is the cause of so many accidents, your Distronic Plus system maintains your following distance and can automatically apply the brakes to avoid a collision. This is the new E-Class. This is Mercedes-Benz.
Hey, coaches! Look! What happened? What's the temperature on the field? 98. Oh, that is hot. I wish we could give you some of our cold Coors Light. Come on, for crying out loud! It's aged cold. It's filtered cold. Just blow it! Sorry, there's only enough for us. Come on, man! Dang on it!
Ross Brewed Coors Light, official beer sponsor of the NFL.
First one to say Cowboy gets our last Coors Light after the game. Cowboy! Cowboy. Ditka! Oh, Michael!
Full of things to share. That's why only U.S. Cellular has free incoming calls, texts, and pics. U.S. Cellular. Believe in something better.
After 4 hours, the dangers of driver fatigue increase by 200%. But with Attention Assist, your new E-Class can actually detect drowsy driving behavior and warn you. This is the new E-Class. This is Mercedes-Benz.
Time to bring you up to speed with the AT&T Rapid Rewind. 2 stories tonight. Chris Narveson with a career-high 10 strikeouts, many of the looking variety. And for the Cubs, a big story. Jeff Samardzija with his first career home run. It was his first major league hit. In fact, first Cub since Hee-Sop Choi to make his first major league hit a homer. AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, your world delivered. Claudio Vargas in a setup role in front of Trevor Hoffman. will work the 8th with a 1-run lead.
I mentioned that they had a couple of righties in the bullpen that were capable of getting lefties out. Claudio Vargas, one of those guys. Lefties hitting only 196 against the Brewers reliever.
He's the 4th pitcher of the night for the Brewers. Tyler Colvin in his 3rd major league game takes ball 1. 0 for 3, a fly to left and 2 strikeouts.
As strange as this sounds, Tyler Colvin has a history against Claudio Vargas. 0 for 1.
Yeah, earlier in this series.
Yep.
Ground ball, and his fielder looks it in. That was hard hit by Colvin right at Prince. Lefty Graybo up for the Cubs. Derek hasn't hit a homer yet tonight. One hopper to the shortstop Escobar. High throw. Got him on the tag.
Couple of hard hit balls to start this inning, but nothing to show for it. Ramirez makes his way to the plate with 2 down, nobody on.
Second time around for Vargas as a Brewer. He had 11 wins in 07. Well, he's bounced around a lot. Expos / Nationals to start his career. Then Arizona, Milwaukee, the Mets, the Dodgers earlier this season, and now back to the Brewers. I think he's done it on every pitch. He wipes his pant leg before he deals. Fly to right. It's Garrett. And a 5-pitch, very quick 8th inning for Vargas. Bottom 8. Looks like we're going to see John Graybo. 3-2 Milwaukee.
I know I said I'd be there by now, but I really am only 10 minutes away. Okay? Hang on. Oh, I gotta call you back.
Cash for clunkers may be over, but during Toyota's National Clearance Event, there's still time to get a great deal. Choose from a full lineup from America's most dependable and fuel-efficient car company. See your Toyota dealer today.
For more than 20 years, people have been coming to Bud's Skyline Inn, the Quad City's #1 supper club. Fly in for some of Bud's favorites, like their famous surf and turf, tantalizing steaks, succulent catfish, or mouth-watering prime rib. Relax at Bud's Skyline Inn with your favorite cocktail while keeping track of the arrival and departures at the Quad City International Airport. In a hurry? Get in and out with their $6.95 lunch specials every weekday. So for your next special occasion or just a quick lunch, Bud's Skyline Inn, just 2 minutes from the airport.
Come out to Valley Falls Adventure Golf for exciting and affordable fun for the whole family. Watch the kids explore the premier miniature golf course in the Quad Cities as you sit back on the patio at Happy Joe's and Rudy's Tacos. Or take a swing yourself. There's adventure at every turn at Valley Falls. We also offer birthday, charity, fundraising, and special events packages for miniature golf and Happy Joe's. Valley Falls Adventure Golf. One slice short of heaven. Located behind Happy Joe's and Rudy's Tacos in Coal Valley.
Bears Blitz every Wednesday and Thursday at 4:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Hi, everyone.
everyone. Gail Fisher with this Toyota Sports Night update. Join us for Sports Night tonight after Cubs postgame live. We'll have complete highlights of the Sox and Cubs games, plus how Kenny Williams is reacting to the Southsiders' disappointing season and why the Bears aren't worried about their running game just yet. That's later on Sports Night, but now back to Milwaukee with Len and Bob.
Thanks, Gail Fisher. It's the bottom of the 8th. 3-2 Brewers against John Grabo. It's Felipe Lopez, Jody Garrett, Ryan Braun. Grabo's 1-0 pitch called a strike. Lopez 0 for 2 with a walk. Home run night for Milwaukee. 2-run shot by Fielder in the 4th, and Garrett with a leadoff blast in the 6th. That's cued to second. Baker is going to have to be quick about it, and he is. Gets him by a step.
It's one of those plays. Be quick, but don't hurry.
If you've never been to Wrigley or been 1,000 times, a guided tour of the friendly confines has something for everyone. Each tour includes visits to places like the press box, clubhouses, dugouts, and much more. Tours are available on select dates throughout the season. Tickets are $25, and a portion of the proceeds benefits Cubs designated charities. Go to Cubs.com for more info or to purchase your tickets. We're going to hear AC/DC before the 9th inning tonight. Is Trevor Hoffman will pitch the 9th for Milwaukee. One and 2 to Garrett. Slider just outside. 2-2. The Cubs closer, Carlos Marmol, getting ready just in case. Out into right center, Colvin chasing after it. Well, he got there in plenty of time. It's all about that first step. And he's had a good one.
Make a slight adjustment at the very end. I mean, he's off with the crack of the bat to his left into the gap. There you saw him go back about 3 or 4 extra steps and caught that fly ball right before he reached the warning track. Now, Tyler Colvin has played the corner outfield spots as well, and like most outfielders, I'm sure he would tell you that he's much more comfortable in center because you can see the location of the pitch, you can see the batter as he swings through the strike zone. Is he in front, is he behind, and that helps you get a better jump out there in center field.
Ryan Braun tonight with 2 hits, now a league leading 57 multi-hit performances. No one changeup bounced foul. Fastball freezes him outside corner, and that's the inning. They go down quietly. The bullpen excellent tonight for the Cubs. 3-2 as we go to the 9th.
You want to see what a real airline's like? Come on over here.
Bring it! If we're known for one thing,
We've got the best customer service.
Low fares.
Frequent flights, that's what we're known for. Low customer service.
We're known for a lot of things.
Bags fly free.
The lowest fares.
Great pilots, too. customer service.
Low fares.
We're not saying other airlines are bad. We're just awesome.
Low fares, customer service, frequent flights, on-time performance, and bags fly free. Come on over here. Fly with us.
When this shoe store added Aflac to its employee benefits package at no direct cost to the company, it was a perfect fit. Find out more at forbusiness.com.
Experience a Cubs game at historic Wrigley Field. Individual tickets are available for upcoming games. Get your tickets now by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS, visiting the Wrigley Field box office, or by logging on to Cubs.com. See you at beautiful Wrigley Field.
Jim, what are you doing?
Dave, did you forget? You told me to chop 25% off every window.
Jim, the price.
Yeah, right.
It's Feldco's September sale. Feldco is chopping 25% off the price of every window.
Hurry, the sale ends soon. Call now.
The Beanstalk's out back.
Call 866 for Feldco.
Well, they get on their feet when Trevor Hoffman enters the game. Used to do it in San Diego, now they do it here in Milwaukee. The headbangers like it too.
Not everybody likes it.
980th career performance here. Looking for his 589th career save.
Yeah, Trevor Hoffman has featured a little bit more fastball in the second half of the season than we saw from him earlier in the year. He was throwing in the low to mid 80s with his heater, but has found a little bit of velocity here at the end of the season as he's gotten his second wind. His best pitch by far, however, is that devastating straight changeup.
So the Cubs will try to get it done against a future Hall of Famer, all-time saves leader. Most 20 save seasons, the most 30 save seasons, the most 40 save campaigns. 9 in Major League history. Only down by a run. Here's Jake Fox.
Bugs Bunny.
I think Jake could have swung at that twice before it reached home plate.
Here comes another one.
What do you do now, Jake? You look for a fastball?
That's been a question that National League hitters have been asking themselves for a long time.
He's not going to get one.
Changeup.
He might not throw him one.
Looks like a fastball away here.
Hoffman will turn 42 in mid-October. First year with Milwaukee. Sounds like he wants to come back next season.
$14-mile-an-hour difference between the 88-mile-an-hour fastball Jake Fox fouled off and that 74-mile-an-hour changeup he barely got a piece of.
He was an infielder with a Reds organization back when Lou was the Reds manager. He was in the low minors, eventually converted to the mound. Good choice. Ground ball, weakly hit. Escobar will throw to first in time. Time for the BMW Ultimate Drive of the game. The big blow for the Cubs tonight. A home run by the pitcher, Jeff Samardzija, his first career hit. One of their 2 runs. Here's Jeff Baker. And a base hit. Got a fastball in a good spot. As we look ahead, the Feldco upcoming schedule off to the West Coast one more time. Late night baseball the next 2 nights. National TV on Saturday. Off day coming up Monday, and then back home for the final week. Sam Fuld is going to pinch run for Baker.
No fair.
Bobby Scales fouls back. Well, Hoffman with that slide step. This is a pretty big difference from that big leg kick.
Yeah, that's something that's kind of evolved along with Trevor Hoffman's career, because he throws so many off-speed changeups. When he uses that big leg kick, you can steal bases standing up against him. So he really worked hard to refine that slide step, and it's pretty good.
I think what really is effective is the delivery so fast. You throw the changeup. Can be very effective. Oh, 2 on Bobby. The pitch in the dirt, laid off the changeup.
We talk about a first baseman holding the runner. It's not quite according to the rules there. Prince having a little fun with Sam Fuld down at first base.
Called strike 3 on a fastball. Probably happens more often than you would think.
You're
because
right.
of the changeup.
You're right. Absolutely right. That's his best pitch. That's the one that a lot of hitters figure he's going to go to in that 2-strike count. And you get caught peeking at a very hittable fastball right down the middle of the plate.
32,340, and I don't think anybody's left, as Soto represents a last chance. First time Gio's faced Trevor Hoffman. The 0-1, 1-1. A pop-up, foul territory. Prince fielder makes a catch, and that's it. The Brewers salvage a finale as Hoffman gives up a hit, but Fuld stranded at first. The Cubs do take the series, but they dropped a 3-3 on this 10-game trip. Well, Bob, I thought Jeff Samardzija made some strides tonight on the mound. He gave up 3 runs in 5 innings, but his fastball was good. A little extra hop on his heater, and still working on that breaking ball.
And even more importantly, Len, it looked like he felt comfortable with his mechanics. Anytime you're thinking about where are my legs, where's my arm, where are my hands, it's hard to execute your pitches consistently. Tonight it looked like it was all very natural, very fluid. I'm sure he's not pleased with the results, but as you said, a huge step in the right direction.
He may still get another start before the season ends. So Narveson over Samardzija. Hoffman with his 35th save. And for his career, number 589. That's going to do it for our game coverage. Stay tuned for post-game live. The final score tonight, the Brewers 3, the Cubs 2. We're right back with you tomorrow night from the West Coast. Cubs and Giants, Dempster and Penny, 8:30 for pregame live. Bob and I hit the air at 9 o'clock Central Time. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. And now for Bob and our entire Comcast Sportsnet crew, this is Len Casper. And now to our downtown Comcast Sportsnet studios with Mark and Pat.
Mark Shanowski, I am Pat Boyle. Stick around for Sportsnet at 10 o'clock, presented by Dex, immediately following Cubs postgame live.
We'll bring you complete recaps of the Cubs, Brewers, and White Sox Twins matchup, including postgame reaction from U.S. Cellular Field. Plus, Milton Bradley apologizes to the Cubs, but what does it mean for his future with the team?
That's why they lost tonight, right? And coming up, Kenny Williams speaks out regarding the Sox disappointing season. Find out why the Sox GM isn't making any apologies himself. And Mayor Daley talks about Chicago's pursuit of the 2016 Summer Games.
We'll have those stories. Plus, if the Cardinals win, the Cubs are officially eliminated. They're playing the Astros right now. We'll also talk with Bulls center Joakim Noah. Bulls training camp gets started in just a couple of days.
Got a little bit of everything is what you're saying.
We do. And preseason hockey.
Yeah, there we go.
You want to come back for that. Now it's up Cubs post-game live. Gail and Todd standing by. They'll bring you the complete recap of what went on at Miller Park.
In the beginning, Dave made ribs, and they were good. Then Dave made chicken and brisket, and they were good. Now for a limited time, Dave's making smoking hot meat and potatoes. Thick slices of Dave's new smoky barbecue basted meatloaf and a juicy hickory smoked flame grilled ribeye. Face it, Dave's just good at meat. Even the price is good. Start at just $8.99.
Come on over to Famous Dave's for the best tasting, most award-winningest barbecue in America.
Hey, coaches. Look! What happened? What's the temperature on the field? 98? Oh, that is hot. I wish we could give you some of our cold Coors Light.
Come on, for crying out loud! It's aged cold. It's filtered cold. Just blow it!
Sorry, there's only enough for us.
Come on, man! Dang on it!
Cross Brewed Coors Light, official beer sponsor of the NFL.
First one to say Cowboy gets our last Coors Light after the game.
Cowboy!
Cowboy. Ditka!
Oh, Michael!
No models will be held back. It's our giant September sell-off at Gurney Hyundai.
New 35 miles per gallon 09 Accent, only $99 a month. New 09 Sonata, $199 a month, both 0 down. Plus the Hyundai Assurance Program and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Bob Rohrman. You owe it to yourself. Bob Rohrman, Gurney Hyundai on Grand Avenue across from Gurney Mills.
Good morning, Mike.
Morning, Bill.
Morning. Morning.
I think I might need some better brakes.
You need our Midas Secure Stop brake service.
Really?
Yeah. Exceptional stopping power combined with the security of a 55-point brake inspection.
And the pads are lifetime guaranteed. So next time this one... That's why we call it Secure Stop. Trust the Midas touch.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines is ready when you are. Go to southwest.com. Grab your bag. It's on. Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Midas, we're on this road together. Go to MidasChicago.com for valuable savings. Aflac, we've got you under our wing. And by Toyota. See your Toyota dealer now to start saving now. Lowe's Cubs postgame live.
A pop-up. Foul territory. Prince Fielder makes a catch, and that's it. The Brewers salvage a finale.
And with that, it looks like the Cubs are not going to win out. They cannot get the sweep in Milwaukee as the Brewers top them 3-2. A very close game, a game in which the Cubs had their opportunities to win this one, but they fall short. Hello and welcome to Lowe's Cubs postgame live. I'm Gail Fisher alongside Todd Hollinsworth. Couldn't get the sweep, so it's on to San Francisco. But as I mentioned, Todd, they did have their opportunities in this one, and Jeff Samardzija actually pitched a good game, and the offense could have come through in that 7th inning.
No, there was a couple opportunities. You look at that 7th inning, Giovanni Soto not getting Bobby Scales over after that great pinch hit. They had a little bit of momentum going there. He felt like they were going to claw back into the game. It was a big hit, big pinch hit by Bobby Scales, but Gio did not get that guy over. There was a couple great plays by the second baseman Lopez. They don't get that run across. Milwaukee brings in the man, the shutdown man, and Hoffman. He gets the job done. They lose the ball game 3-2.
And looking at our Feldco star of the game, we're going to go with Chris Narveson. You can really actually include the Brewers bullpen in this as well, holding the Cubs to just the 2 runs since Narveson just went 5 2/3, but when he was in there, he dominated.
Well, he was definitely on a pitch count, but he recognized early that this was going to be a wide strike zone tonight, and he exploited that. He had great control of his curveball, a good over-the-top curveball, a good changeup, but he was working that outside corner. There was a lot of strikeouts looking. A lot of looking back at the umpire. Derek Lee, middle of the game. Listen, that's not going to be a strike, but you know what? At some point, you're going to have to start making adjustments. The umpire didn't change his strike zone, and he kept throwing those balls out there. Thankfully, he was on a little bit of a pitch count, which helped the Cubs out. They got him out of there. Were able to mount a couple rallies. Unfortunately, they didn't get the win. But to Chris's credit, he exploited the strike zone. He threw strikes, and he made the most of his 69 pitches, I believe 10 strikeouts.
Yeah, by the numbers, he gave up just 4 hits and just 1 earned run, that being a home run to Jeff Samardzija. We'll take a look at that in just a second. But let's talk a little bit about Samardzija's pitching in this one, getting the start. He's been used in the bullpen mostly by the Cubs, and really the last couple of years he's made spot starts here and there. And this was the first time, Todd, that I really think we saw Samardzija throw some really good stuff.
Well, he looked exceptionally well. His fastball did, but I think there was a lot of question marks whether he was going to have that good off-speed stuff. You know, he, by his own admission, has got to work on that. But he came out, he was aggressive, to his credit. But at the same time, that's as the innings started to move on, you felt that Brewers lineup sensing that, you know what, we're getting 97, 98-mile-an-hour fastballs. He's not very confident in his off-speed pitches. We need to start making some adjustments up here, and they did. They made just enough adjustments to get the lead and hold on for the victory.
5 innings for Samardzija. Now, when you take a look at this Brewers lineup, Todd, you're going to see Prince Fielder stand out. And I'm sure as a young pitcher, you're going to have a certain strategy against someone like Fielder. And you noticed during the game that Samardzija's approach to Fielder changed a little bit from one at-bat to the other.
Well, it's a little bit of the learning curve. If you look at that at-bat against Prince Fielder, Jeff showed how he wanted to get Prince out tonight, with a lot of high fastballs. You're looking at this first at-bat here, high fastballs, challenging him in the strike zone. Now, this is a guy who has established himself as one of the premier left-handed home run hitters in the ballgame. He is making an adjustment. He's attacking that pitch out of the strike zone because he's looking for it. Jeff has got to recognize that. To Prince's credit, he sets up this home run that he hits in his second at bat because he starts looking for it. If you watch his swings, this is a guy who pulls. The Cubs put a shift on him. He is attempting to get that fastball up and go the other way with it. And here, Jeff challenged him just one too many times with fastballs up and away. These are big league hitters. This is an elite big league hitter who was looking for a 97-mile-an-hour fastball out over the plate that he was going to attempt to drive the other way. He hits it out for the home run. This is the learning curve you have to talk about with Jeff. He has got to understand that. He has got to recognize that. If you look at every one of those pitches, he never once challenges Prince Fielder inside. And I understand, listen, that's Prince. You don't want to challenge him inside. But he got comfortable up there. And even though you're talking about a pitch that's up and out of the strike zone, he was looking for that pitch. It really doesn't matter whether it's down the middle, low and away. He is making an adjustment. Jeff has got to recognize that, and he's got to change that pattern up right there. That's why Prince got him.
Well, so he gives up that 1 home run. He did get at least 1 of the 3 earned runs back, though, as he hit his first home run of his career. In fact, it was his first major league hit. What a way to go.
Well, swing hard in case you hit it. That's what we used to always say about the pitchers and their at-bats, but I'm sure Jeff I mean, this is a positive night for him. I mean, I think a lot of question marks were around him in this start tonight. What were we going to see? He came in with the high earn run average. A lot, you know, he's got a lot of expectations around him. Everybody knows he's got a great arm and he's got to figure this out. But to his credit, he had a good game. I felt like he threw the ball well. He stayed aggressive. You know, again, he made some mistakes, but these are things he's going to have to grow into. Let's not forget, this is not a guy who has been in the minor leagues for 3 years, piling up the innings with 400 or 500 innings in minor league baseball. This is a guy who's been brought up early in his career. He's been challenged. He's been given the challenge, and yeah, he's hit a little bit of a road bump. Do you give up on this guy? I don't. He's got a great arm. He had a great swing tonight. He got himself a home run. Yes, the Cubs lose, but I think it's a good night for Jeff Samardzija.
Yeah, positive night for him. Now, before the game, it looks like Milton Bradley and the Cubs have sort of worked out an agreement anyway. The Cubs don't have to worry about Milton filing a grievance with the Players Association. The team has agreed to pay Bradley during his 2-week suspension, and it's expected they'll try to, of course, trade him during the offseason. Bradley also issued an apology to the team for his critical comments that he made to the Daily Herald last weekend. Bradley said, quote, "I chose Chicago as a free agent because I wanted to be a part of finally bringing a championship to Cubs fans. I expected to have a great season, and I am deeply disappointed by my performance and the team's struggles. I played every game with everything that I had and wanted to desperately win. My frustration and disappointment boiled over, and I said and did certain things that I regret. In hindsight, I wish that I had handled certain things differently, and I apologize for those things that did not work out for the better. The air has been cleared, and we all want to move on and look forward to better days." End of quote. It's nice to see that Bradley did come out and apologize. Of course, I'm not sure if him, getting paid for the final 2 weeks had anything to do with that. It seems like a fair agreement that the Cubs and Bradley have worked out. Is this enough to maybe have Jim Hendry rethink what he wants to do with Bradley next season, bring him back maybe?
No, I don't think so. I'll say this. I think as a Cubs fan myself, as a former player, you have to accept his apology. I think we all have to do that. When somebody gives a heartfelt apology, no matter what the circumstances are, if you truly believe it's from his heart, I think it's in our obligation to accept it and move forward. Does that mean that you forget what happened in the past? No. It's basically just accepting the fact that things did not go well. He's recognizing that. He's asking forgiveness and apologizing for it. You accept it, you move forward. Does that mean things are better here in Chicago because of everything that's transpired this year? I don't think it necessarily is. I still think that he is probably going to be on the trading block this winter. Jim is going to do everything he can to try to change the chemistry in that clubhouse again. I think most people would look at this and say, obviously, it has not been a very positive year with Milton in that clubhouse. But again, you tip your cap to him, you say thank you for your apology, and you move forward.
And the decision really is also twofold based upon the attitude issues and some of these off-the-field things. And, of course, performance. I mean, the Cubs may want to move in a different direction in right field anyway.
Well, I think the unfortunate thing with this is that you're seeing Milton's side to the story here, or his heartfelt expressions. That's understood, but if he would have handled this earlier in the season, when these things were coming up, I think things would have been, again, handled so differently. You get to a breaking point, and it's unfortunate that things have gotten so far apart, and to me, bridges have been burned, that you're at this position where you're getting an apology or you're having to apologize for actions and things that you said last week or last month or 2 months ago, and putting your teammates in awkward positions. I think that if you'd have handled things better the first time through, things would be a lot better for you and for this club.
And I think the apology will go a long way with his teammates for sure. All right, as we head to our first break, let's check out our Cubs opinion poll question. It does have to do with Milton Bradley. Is Bradley's apology enough for you to accept him back with the Cubs next season? Yes, he deserves another chance, or no, he needs to be released or traded. Log on to CSNChicago.com, then visit the Cubs team page to cast your vote, and we'll have the results later on Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live.
J.D. Power & Associates ranked Lowe's as the highest in... Excuse me. How can I help you?
What's this one? Lowe's, ranked highest in customer satisfaction among the largest appliance retailers by J.D. Power & Associates. Come to Lowe's first for appliances.
In the beginning, Dave made ribs, and they were good. Then Dave made chicken and brisket, and they were good. Now for a limited time, Dave's making smoking hot meat and potatoes. Thick slices of Dave's new smoky barbecue basted meatloaf, and a juicy hickory smoked flame grilled ribeye. Face it, Dave's just good at meat. Even the price is good. Start at just $8.99.
Come on over to Famous Dave's for the best tasting, most award-winningest barbecue in America.
time only. Lease a 2010 XF for $599 at your local Jaguar dealer.
Free next-day delivery on all major appliances at Lowe's. No rebates, no surprises.
If I were to get this on Tuesday, you could deliver it
Wednesday.
Friday?
Saturday.
Thursday.
Friday.
How about Monday?
Yeah, that's not a day, sir.
No, it's not.
Free next-day delivery. Lowe's.
No flags on the play at Jumer's Casino and Hotel in September. Every Thursday night at 8, play Go for the Goal and win some serious green. 3 winners are drawn weekly to move the pigskin down the field. The more yards you gain, the more cash you win. Score a touchdown and you win $3,000. Each week's a new gridiron contest. Earn entries all month long playing your favorite games. Join us every Thursday in September and Go for the Goal and cash. Only at Interstate 280, exit 11A.
Menards this week and saluting our American-made products with Menards Made in the USA sale. Made in Dowagiac, Michigan, Lyons Industries manufactures a variety of bathroom products. This classic white bathtub has neck and armrests for added comfort. $299. Made in Ripley, Mississippi, Morton is a trusted household name for salt and softeners. This 34,000 grain water softener uses 50% less salt, just $399.
Save big money at Menards.
Sports Night presented by Dax tonight after postgame live on Comcast Sportsnet.
Time now for our Four Seasons Who's Hot, Who's Not around the majors right now, and we decided we're leaving a couple of Cardinals off. We've had enough of St. Louis. Just kidding. Troy Tulowitzki, though, was swinging a hot bat, .474 on the week. Rafael Furcal, 5 RBI, and Jair Jurgens, 2-0 with 1.29 ERA. Who's not hot? Josh Willingham has taken a nosedive, 10 strikeouts for him on the week. Ronnie Cedeno, the former Cub, is on the interstate, 136 for him. And Matt Cain, 0-2 with an 11.88 ERA for the Giants. All right, and that's where the Cubs are headed, to San Francisco. We'll take a look at Game 1's pitching matchup when we come back.
Jim, what are you doing?
Dave, did you forget? You told me to chop 25% off every window.
Jim, the price.
Yeah, right.
It's Feldco's September sale. Feldco is chopping 25% off the price of every window.
Hurry, the sale ends soon. Call now.
The Beanstalk's out back.
Call 866 for Feldco.
This quote of the week is brought to you by Nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich, in business for over 30 years. For an insurance quote for auto, home, life, or business, please call Nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich at 847-825-4783.
People say, hey, you're that Mercury girl. I say, yeah. Then they ask, well, why Mercury? Why now? I tell them there's no better way to go green and get green, because Mercury Milan is the most fuel-efficient midsize sedan in America, and Mariner Hybrid is the most fuel-efficient SUV on the planet.
Plus, right now, they have 0% financing plus $1,000 cash back on the Mercury Milan.
Why Mercury? Why now? Why not? Go online or see your Lincoln Mercury dealer.
Your attention, please. Please yell if you are paying attention.
Get extra credit. Purchase tickets for $44. Go to Ticketmaster.com/back-to-school.
With the economy being the way that it is, we need all the help we can get.
Steak and Shake is great. You can afford it.
It totally fits the budget.
You don't have to worry about breaking bank.
The food's easy on the pocketbook, and it's filling me up. I mean, look at me. You have a pocketbook? Pocketbook, checkbook.
4 meals under $4. Half-price happy hour. Kids eat free on the weekends. That's value you'll want to devour.
Do you have a purse? I don't have a purse. Do you have a purse? No, I don't have a purse. I have a wallet.
Steak and Shake. Life needs flavor.
Introducing new Deluxe Edition storage buildings and garages from Tough Shed. High-quality deluxe buildings with popular upgrades at a fraction of the standard cost. Get great value on a great building. The Deluxe Edition Tough Shed. Available at the Home Depot.
How'd you get her to agree to this?
Simple. I told her about the Luna Double. I went to luna.com/Cubs and saved double.
It's like found money.
773-202 Luna.
Welcome back to the show. Milton Bradley issued an apology to his teammates, to the fans, and the Cubs management today. Is it enough for you to accept him back with the Cubs next season? 84% of you said no, he needs to be released. or traded, and that would be a lot of money to give up if you just released him. But fans that upset with Milton Bradley. Todd, we talked about it in that first segment that I'm sure that apology goes a long way with his teammates, probably more so than it's going with the fans.
Well, here's your problem. A lot of things have happened. This isn't a one-time isolated incident. This is something that happened a few times. You know, you had a run-in with your manager mid-season with the White Sox. You know, you had some comments that were thrown out when Milton was hitting the ball very, very well. There was some questionable timing calls on when he decided to say some things then as well, and definitely some issues at the beginning of the year, and then obviously some issues with the coaches here over the last week about pinch hitting, some different things that have obviously come up. But I mean, there's just so many questions and so many things swirling around him and this team right now that, yes, I think the apology has to be accepted by all of us. But I just think too many things have happened, and I think that moving him or getting him on his way and you know, kind of rebuilding the house here, putting it back together, it might be the right way of putting it, is going to make everybody a lot happier, and maybe even including Milton himself.
And quite frankly, his performance on the field wasn't really that good. He started to swing the bat later in the second half of the season, but not enough maybe for fans to even think it warranted the contract or that you would want to keep him. All right, the Cubs moving on. They could not get that sweep in Milwaukee, losing to the Brewers 3-2. They are headed to San Francisco to take on the Giants, who are still very much in the playoff race. It will be Ryan Dempster against Brad Penny in Game 1 tomorrow. This should be a pretty good pitching matchup, and Dempster has been throwing the ball well lately.
Well, this is going to be a pitcher's duel tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I circled this series on the calendar early in the year because I knew it was going to be a doozy. The Cubs' great starting pitching. Ryan Dempster's been throwing the ball just outstanding right now. These guys are going in there. I know that they're focused. I know that they want to finish strong. You know, there's some things that it's unfinished business. You're a professional. You go out there and you handle your job. You finish the season strong. They're playing good baseball right now. Yeah, they lost tonight, but I think that they're going to go out there into San Francisco and they're going to find a way to win. They're going to find a way to win some ball games. And I think that if you're looking for motivation, you say, yeah, you know what? We're going up against the team that's got a chance. Let's be the team that knocks these guys out. Let's go in there and play some baseball. And this team, the San Francisco Giants, I mean, they're 22 games over 500 in San Francisco. This team plays great at home. Listen, the Cubs better be ready or they get their lunch handed to them. So I think that the starting pitching is going to be a big part of this. Some timely hitting, moving some runners over, a little bit of that ABC baseball that I talk about. Hopefully they'll find themselves maybe 3 wins there.
And it's a 4-game series with the Giants 5 games back in that wild card race. So they have a lot of incentive to try to sweep the Cubs and get a lot of victories. We think the rotation will work out where the Cubs will face Lincecum, Zito, and Kane after Penny tomorrow. So it's going to be close. We will have that game for you tomorrow night, so you want to tune in to Comcast Sportsnet, and Todd and I will bring you the pregame show starting at 8:30. For Todd Hollinsworth, I'm Gail Fisher. Thanks for watching, everyone. Sports Night with Pat Boyle and Mark Shanowski is coming up next.
Cubs Postgame Live is brought to you by Lowe's for all your home improvement needs. At Lowe's, we understand it's not just about building a home, it's about building a life. Lowe's, let's build something together.
J.D. Power & Associates rank Lowe's as the highest in... Excuse me. How can I help you?
What's this one?
Lowe's, ranked highest in customer satisfaction among the largest appliance retailers by J.D. Power & Associates. Come to Lowe's first for appliances.
For a limited time only, lease a 2010 XF for $599 at your local Jaguar dealer.
See Wrigley Field like you never have before. Take a 90-minute behind-the-scenes tour of this legendary ballpark. Now, Chicago Trolley offers convenient transportation to and from Wrigley Field. Purchase tickets by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS or by visiting Cubs.com.
Are you going to the game or looking for a place to watch it? The Captain Morgan Club on Addison and Sheffield is calling your name. Open year-round with 30 flat-screen TVs and an outdoor patio. Come to the Captain Morgan Club to watch the Cubs and every sporting event. Tickets or no tickets, we're calling all captains.
Yeah, you know the spot.
Right away, sir.
Welcome to Giordano's. Your table's ready.
Thank you. How's everything?
Fantastic.
What's your secret?
It's the fresh ingredients, and it's been so for the last 30 years.
We made it good. You made it famous.
Now, where are they? Now, I told them no models will be held back. Not during our giant September sell-off at Bob Rohrman's Schaumburg Ford.
Buy a brand new 2010 Ford F-150 for only $289 a month with 0 down.
Bob Rohrman. Nobody beats Bob. Bob Rohrman's Schaumburg Ford, just 8 blocks west of Woodfield Mall on Golf Road.
Free next-day delivery on all major appliances at Lowe's. No rebates, no surprises.
If I were to get this on Tuesday, you could deliver it...
Wednesday.
Friday?
Saturday.
Thursday.
Friday.
How about Monday?
Yeah, that's not a day, sir.
No, it's not.
Free next-day delivery. Lowe's. Let's build something together.
Hi, I'm Derek Lee of the Chicago Cubs, and you're watching Comcast Sports Net.
This is Sports Night, presented by Dex. Live from the Comcast Sportsnet studios in downtown Chicago.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome into Sports Night, presented by Dex. Alongside Pat Boyle, I'm Mark Shanowski. Milton Bradley apologized for his critical comments about the Cubs organization, but doesn't change anything. He's still done for the year.
Yeah, no apologies, though, from Kenny Williams. He gave his State of the Union on the Sox disappointing campaign. And per usual, Kenny didn't pull any punches. That's coming up a little bit later on. As for the Sox themselves, Mark Burley making his last start of the season. They look to avoid the sweep against the Twins. They're still trying to grab the Central title. Pick it up top of third. Former Southsider Orlando Cabrera signals to left. That scores Nick Puto. Twins take a 2-0 lead. Later in the inning, Michael Kadire, 2 on and 2 out. He goes to the left side. Another run scores. Minnie with a 3-0 lead. Bottom third, much like the Sox season, some of the lights shutting down on the ballpark. Managers, umpires meet. After a slight delay, they decide it's okay to continue to play ball. Top 4, man on third. The Sox killer, Nick Puto, slicing one to the right field corner. That'll bring in another run. That's it for Burley. After 3 1/3, giving up 5 runs for the Mern. That's his last appearance of the season. Sox offense clawing back. Down 3, the slumping Jermaine Dye comes through with a 2-run blast to right center. His first home run since August 30th. Sox trail 5-4, top of 7. Things come unravel. Carlos Torres loads the bases. Then with 2 out, Punto does it again. Twins ahead 7-4. AJ tries to throw out the stealing Punto. Alexi can't handle the throw. Another run scores. Second error for the Sox. Infield. 8-4. Bad guys. Bottom 8. Dye doing it again. This time takes Bobby Keppel for a ride. His second 2-run homer of the game. 27th on the year. Sox back within 2 right now. Twins with an 8-6 lead in the top of the 9th inning. Tigers began the night with a 2.5 game lead over the Twins. Tigers and Indians top of third. Runner out for Carlos Guillen. Shot, please. 2-run shot for Guillen. Tigers take a 6-1 lead. Top of 5 now. It's 8-1, and it's Guillen again, this time from the other side of the plate. Guillen with 3 for 4, 4 RBIs. Tigers cruise over the horrific Indians, 11-3 your final. So here's an up to the second look at the AL Central race, the only one that is going on in baseball right now, at least as far as the divisions go. Twins currently 3 games back of Detroit. They could be 2.5 if that score holds up on the south side, while the Sox tragic number is at 3. Again, the Twins pull it out, it'll be down to 2. Coming up, Kenny Williams talks candidly about the Sox' disappointing season, from the struggling offense to the poor D. And have any of his players already quit on the season? Kenny Unplugged coming up.
And now to the Cubs. Here's one positive note. They will not have to worry about Milton Bradley filing a grievance with the Players Association. That's because the team has agreed to pay Bradley during his 2-week suspension. And of course, it's expected they'll try to deal Bradley to another team during the offseason. Bradley also issued an apology to the Cubs for the critical comments he made to the Daily Herald last weekend. Bradley saying, quote, "I chose Chicago as a free agent because I wanted to be part of finally bringing a championship to Cubs fans. I expected to have a great season, and I am deeply disappointed by my performance and the team's struggles. I played every game with everything that I had and wanted to desperately win. My frustration and disappointment boiled over, and I said and did certain things that I regret. In hindsight, I wish that I handled certain things differently, and I apologize for those things that did not work out for the better. The air has been cleared, and we all want to move on and look forward to better days."
His agents did a nice job on that statement.
Yeah, it was kind of strangely crafted.
Doesn't
but
sound like Milton
no,
or his mom.
Not exactly. No anger coming through there. Here's Lou Pinella's reaction earlier tonight from Miller Park.
I'm happy to see that he issued a statement and apologized, and we'll put that behind us, and then we just go forward.
All right, let's move on. Cubs trying to complete a 3-game sweep in Milwaukee as they finish the season series against the Brew Crew. That's Jeff Samardzija getting a chance to start a ball game. Bottom of the 4th, man on. Nobody out for Prince Fielder. Drives one high to left. Jake Fox can't get a glove on it. Long ball number 42 for Fielder. 2-0 Brewers. Milwaukee starter Chris Narveson really had it going. He struck out the side in the 5th. Jeff Baker, Reed Johnson, and finally Giovanni Soto all go down looking. They can't pull the trigger. A career-high 10 Ks for Narveson. Top of the 6th, the pitcher, Samardzija, leading off. How about that? The former Notre Dame football player drives one deep to right and out. His first career hit is a home run. Cubs trail 2-1. Hey, let's flash back to June 14th. The White Sox at Miller Park. Mark Burley drives one to almost the very same spot in the ballpark. Same team, same spot, almost the same result, but of course the season is almost over. We're stretching a little bit here. Bottom of the 6th now.
Get on back there.
Former Cub Jody Garrett. Maybe we got a flashback on that one. He drives into the upper deck. Number 9 for Garrett, 3-1 Milwaukee. Top of the 7th, man out for pinch hitter Bobby Scales. He's going to send one the opposite way. That's going to rattle around the left field corner. Jeff Baker coming around 3rd. Struggling to get in, but he's going to make it home. Cubs are down by just a run. It is 3-2. They could not get the tying run across to the 9th. One more chance for Soto, but Trevor Hoffman, the all-time saves leader, gets him to hit a foul pop. Prince will run it down. Cubs lose 3-2. They do not get the series sweep. They are now 78-73 for the season. That means the Cardinals could clinch the NL Central crown by beating the Astros down in Houston. Bottom of the 3rd, 2 on. Miguel Tejada takes John Smoltz to right. Kaz Matsui scores the game's first run. To the 8th inning now. Astros up by 2, looking for more. Carlos Lee, Al Caballo, a little blooper into center. Michael Bourne comes in to score and makes it 3-0 in favor of the home team. To the 9th, Jose Valverde loves to celebrate. Strikes out Julio Lugo to end the game. We've seen that before. Cardinals will have to wait to pop the champagne. Their magic number remains at 1.
They may get off the bus running, but from that point forward, it's pretty much all passing for the 2009 Bears. Matt Forte and company are averaging just 65 yards on the ground in the first 2 games of the season. That's ranked 31st in the league. But this week against Seattle, we may see the running game get back on track. Here's Kip Lewis.
We've got a good offensive line. We've got good running backs. We'll be able to run the ball. And, we know it's something that we've got to have, we want to have, and we're going to have balance.
After 2 games, the Bears ranked 31st or second to last in rushing offense. One factor is that they've faced a couple of very good 3-4 defensive fronts. And while the Bears would like to have more success on the ground, they won't get concerned with their run-pass ratio as long as they win.
There's no real set number or balance. Whatever it's going to take, that's going to be our motto. It's going to be hard to go into a game against them and say your running game is going to win the ball game for you, because they've the last 5 years, as long as Pittsburgh's been around, they're going to stop the run.
We're still a running football team. Some games, though, we may have to lean on the pass a little bit more like we did this past week, but we want to get the running game going each week.
Nobody will pinpoint the exact problems with the rushing attack. As a team, they're averaging 64.5 yards a game, and nobody wants to see a turnaround more than Matt Forte. The second-year back has averaged just 2.2 yards a carry.
It's somewhat frustrating, but you can't get frustrated because then, you know, you start looking for, you know, holes to run through, and then you may miss a cut here, and then, you know, you miss out on some yards. So you can't get frustrated. I mean, they were a good defense, and, you know, we knew going into the game it was going to be like that.
We need to be able to run the football when we have plays set up versus certain defense to be able to run the football. But again, I have faith in our running game. We will get it going.
The other element, and perhaps the most important piece to the puzzle, is the revamped offensive line. The Bears do not have a rushing touchdown. Teams have stacked the box against them, but the bottom line is they have to do better.
We always go in wanting to run the ball because that's, you know, what we pride our team on, is being a run-blocking team. So we do look forward to getting back to a 4-down defense, and we, you know, we're hoping for big things.
We're just happy we won, but we know we have to improve the run game. You know, we're not going to say that we're just happy to win the game and we don't have to run the ball. We know we have to run the ball.
Seattle's defense gave up 256 yards rushing last week to San Francisco. However, Frank Gore racked up 159 of that on 2 carries, and Seattle played that game without 2 of their key defensive starters, including middle linebacker Lofa Tatupu. Regardless, this could finally be a very good opportunity for the Bears to get that running attack going. With the Bears at Hallis Hall, Kip Lewis, Comcast Sportsnet.
All right, Kip, here's a look at Matt Forte's first 2 games as a rookie compared to the first 2 games this season. Last year, he was averaging over 100 yards per contest with 8 more carries. He averaged almost 5 yards per carry in the first couple games of 08 to just the 2.2 yards so far this season. Bears still don't know if they will face Matt Hasselbeck this Sunday. They probably won't know until game day. The Seahawks say their quarterback is day-to-day with a broken rib that he sustained after the Niners' Patrick Willis hit him. Hasselbeck is one of 5 Seahawks who were held out of practice today, but head coach Jim Mora isn't panicking.
These guys are professionals. Okay, when I look at our football team, and I told them this today, without going into great detail about our team meeting, I said, I don't look, and I was standing here, and they were sitting there, and I say, I don't look out here, and I don't see starters, and I don't see backups. I see football players. Okay? So give me 45 football players on Sunday at 1:05, and let's go.
But Mora hopefully we'll have 45, because right now he's got 13 on the injury report. They've already ruled 3 out, including starters tackle Sean Locklear and cornerback Josh Wilson, who also handles the kick returning duties. Hasselbeck, TJ Hushmanzada among the 5 held out today. By the way, Hushmanzada vows to show the Bears and Jerry Angelo specifically that he should have signed him this past offseason. A little subplot to this Sunday's tilt. As for the Bears, Alex Brown held out of practice with his sprained ankle, but he said all week long he will play on Sunday. Des Clark, Tino Isamoa also missed practice on this Wednesday.
Well, coming off last season's breakthrough campaign, the Blackhawks have struggled out of the gate in the preseason. Could they get in the win column tonight? Kenny Williams swung for the fences at midseason, landing Jake Peavy and Alex Rios, but neither one has made a big impact on the South Side. Still, Sox GM has no regrets about pulling the trigger on those deals. We'll also sit down with Mayor Daley, who is adamant Chicago taxpayers won't be left to foot the bill if Chicago lands the 2016 Olympic Games.
Sports Night on Comcast Sportsnet is presented to you by Dex. Wherever your customers are, Dex can take you there. Dex knows.
Dex, I need an internet cafe. Surf and Perk. It's open 24 hours.
Dex, I broke a heel.
Oh, love your souls. 5 blocks down. Repairs while you wait.
There you are. Dex, I need to find Millinger's Flower Shop.
Chestnut and Browning. Can't miss it.
Dex, you know everything. Come on.
Oh, no.
The AT&T Real Yellow Pages, published by Dex, your most complete local info.
Grab the wheel and discover. Why Lincoln? Why now? Choose from a full line of Lincoln vehicles with the latest in luxury and technology. including Sync, powered by Microsoft, which Lexus, Cadillac, and BMW don't offer at any price. Come in now for 0% financing plus $1,000 cash back on the 2010 Lincoln MKZ. Visit your Lincoln Mercury dealer or landoflincolnmercury.com for details.
My name is Tucker Max, and I'm a vacuous pilot. Naughty little pig. Sam, here we go, baby. Yeah.
Use a designated slot.
It's nice to meet you. Dance, monkey. Dance for your dollar.
You need to ask yourself, what would Tucker do?
Don't mind me, boys. I'm just baking a quiche.
Rated R.
J.D. Power & Associates rank Lowe's as the highest in... Excuse me. How can I help you?
What's this?
Lowe's, ranked highest in customer satisfaction among the largest appliance retailers by J.D. Power & Associates. Come to Lowe's first for appliances.
Why design a vehicle with 88 vibration control measures? Why engineer 20 available systems that sense and respond to your needs before you're even aware of them? Because the average driver spends over 40,000 hours of their lifetime driving. The new 2010 Lexus ES, uniquely designed to make every hour feel just as remarkable as the first. At your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
Bears Blitz every Wednesday and Thursday at 4:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
We're listening to preseason tilts. Blackhawks try to get into the win column, visiting the Capitals tonight. First period, Washington attacking. Corey Crawford between the pipes tonight. He stops the first shot by Mike Knuble. There. Can't get it done there. Knocks in the rebound. Moments later, more from Knuble. He gets free in the Hawks zone and lets a slapper fly. His second goal. It's like a Lil Wayne concert with the cop car going in the background. Later on, Hawks looking to score like a cop car. Troy Brouwer in the right place at the right time after the Hawks trail by one. Second period, Alex Ovechkin. He's in regular season form. Into the open net. Somebody handcuffed him. And 2 minutes later, it's Ovechkin again. Alexander the Great letting one fly.
Of course.
It's capital punishment. Later in the period, Patrick Sharp pulls one back on a nice deflection off a Brian Campbell shot. No sirens, not enough. Hawks fall to the Capitals. 6-2 is your final. License and registration, please.
You know, sometimes those scoreboard feeds don't really capture the essence of preseason hockey. Well, just over a week until we find out if Chicago will win a very heated competition to land the 2016 Summer Olympic Games. Mayor Daley, of course, will be part of the Chicago contingent heading to Copenhagen for that official announcement on October 2nd. Our Dan Jiggets had a chance to talk with the mayor earlier today.
Years ago, when Andy Young was the mayor, he decided we're going to get the Olympics for Atlanta. You know, we're a small city in the South where cities are transforming. African Americans had political power. He went all over the world to get it. And I went down there during the Olympics. They put new highways, new transportation system, new housing. They transformed the city. And Shirley Franklin, the mayor today, would tell you that was one of the great groundstones that then the marketing they received from Atlanta. I mean, they got huge global marketing. And so you look at it today, this is all about jobs. This is all about economic development. It's all about making our city more marketable throughout the world. I mean, we have a great sports city. You know that more than any, Mike and Dan, you know that, but anyone else. I mean, this is and we love it. We want to welcome Olympians and Paralympians around the world to a city that loves and nourishes sports on a daily basis.
And you know, for the taxpayer out there, you look at Atlanta again, you look at Los Angeles, how did they get out of that without the taxpayer having to pay it?
Right, they made money. All the Olympics will make money, and I've said that. Like anything else, they're all concerned in recession, and rightfully so. They're just worried, hey, are you going to dip in my pocketbook? Are you going to my right or left pocket? Are you going to go in my back pocket? Are you going to go in my side pocket? What is it? And I assure them that no way would I ever jeopardize going for something that I'm going to be dipping into their back and front pockets. The country of Spain and Brazil and Japan, they spend government money to a tune of maybe $100 million or more. It's a lot of money. They know what they want. And the President Lula said, we want this. We want this for our country. This is for our country and economic development and jobs. And I really believe that. You see what happened in Atlanta, see what happened in Salt Lake City. It's a win position for us financially, and it will change, not change Chicago, but give us better opportunities for many, many jobs.
Tell you what, we're going to hand the Olympic baton to you and tell you that you got to bring home the goods now.
Okay. Boy, thanks a lot. Thanks, Dan.
I think the mayor is ready to go. And Pat, we don't have the official roster of the Chicago contingent that's traveling to Copenhagen, but we're told Oprah is in, Michael Jordan is out.
Really?
So kind of a 50-50 on that. Couple of heavy hitters.
But Jordan's going to write the speech that they give, right? Is that
It's going to be very gracious.
Yeah. Well, that's good.
That could put him over the top. The IOC will announce the winner during a news conference in Copenhagen on October 2nd.
No apologies for Kenny Williams, although he isn't pleased with the way the Sox have played for most of this season, from the offensive woes to all the errors and the Sox mental toughness certainly down the stretch. Kenny covered all the bases before tonight's game against the Twins, including whether any of his players have already quit. Josh Mora has your press pass from the South Side.
It's hard to answer that question without cursing.
It's not easy for Kenny Williams to address much of this season without cursing. He seethes because his team has underachieved. And in a 30-minute discussion with media before Wednesday night's game, Williams said he's watching to see which of his players will fight all the way to the finish.
They better not quit. I don't want to see any quit. I won't have people around me that quit, whether it be anybody in uniform or anyone in that front office, anyone around the organization that I hear even talking about it. I can't be around people that quit. And if you give up, you don't go out and you give 100% effort to close this season out with dignity and in the best fashion you can. And so far we haven't done that. I know who's quit and who hasn't, who's willing to sacrifice.
Williams says the underachieving has cost him sleep and made him grumpy. He left Arizona this spring believing his team would win the division, and he believed it even more so in midseason, especially after he added players before and at the trade deadline. Those moves did not help the club, but Williams does not regret making them.
I'm a person that's always going to look at himself in the mirror, and I challenge the rest of my staff and everyone associated with the organization, to weigh in on some of the things that we have decided upon as the front office. I will say this, deadline or no deadline, whatever the acquisitions that, in Jake Peavy and Alex Rios, Mark Kotze, I certainly would not take back in any way, shape, or form.
And in that vein, Williams believes that the team that is playing out the string is a better club, a more athletic club than the one which arrived here in April. He believes his team has better pitching and improved defense that will have it better positioned for the winter and the 2010 season ahead.
I think when everyone's healthy, yes, absolutely. And that's a very difficult thing for me to say right now because I'm not the happiest camper in Chicago, and everyone knows that with the results that we've had, and especially the results on this past homestand.
Williams was reluctant to mention specific players whom he felt had underachieved this season, but when pressed, he allowed that his bullpen pitchers hadn't lived up to their names. And he said that he and his staff will head into the offseason looking for creative ways to create offense, especially in the middle of the order. With the White Sox, Josh Moore, Comcast Sportsnet.
All right, Josh. Well, Kenny isn't going to like this CSN News Alert. Twins with an 8-6 lead, bottom 9. Joe Nathan against Alexi Ramirez with 2 men on. Alexi batting .292 this month, but he pops it up, and when this ball comes down, this ball game will be over. And it is. Minnesota takes it 8-6 is your final, so they are now 2.5 games back of Detroit, or they stay 2.5 games back of Detroit, as the first-place Tigers took care of business against the Tribe. The Sox tragic number is now down to 2. Jermaine Dye, big slump-busting night for him. His first home run since August 30th of this year. It was his first multi-homer game since August 23rd of 2008. We'll bring you Ozzy's post-game remarks and clubhouse reaction coming up in just a bit.
The 3 more errors. Kenny was complaining about that earlier tonight. Speaking of errors, oh no! Brant Brown dropped the ball. We'll relive it all on this day in Chicago sports history. That's coming up.
RAV4, Pilot, and Escape, the Hyundai Santa Fe is one of the best bets on the road. Santa Fe's got more standard features, more safety features, more legroom, and more MPG. Plus, only the Santa Fe is backed by America's best warranty. All that, and it's still up to $6,000 less. Plus, during this sales event, Hyundai Santa Fe's now come with $2,000 cash back. And you'll lock in $1.49 a gallon for a year's worth of gas. Visit your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers and get more for less.
Many will hear the calling.
Move it! Yes, sir!
Few will earn the title United States Marine. The few, the proud Marines.
Jim, what are you doing?
Dave, did you forget? You told me to chop 25% off every window.
Jim, the price.
Yeah, right.
It's Feldco's September sale. Feldco is chopping 25% off the price of every window.
Hurry, the sale ends soon. Call now.
The Beanstalk's out back.
Call 866 for Feldco.
Millions of people, everyone out for themselves. Can this really be the only way? No. Here's to gallantry and to doing the right thing. Here's to honor. Long may it live, and to a code of behavior that sets certain men apart. Here's to us. Live with chivalry. Chivas 18-year-old. Please enjoy Chivas responsibly.
For over 80 years, one dealer has always given you more. Grosinger. This month, buy a vehicle from any of our Grosinger locations in Lincolnwood and make no payments till 2010 on over 1,000 vehicles. That's right, no payments until next year. Plus, only Grosinger Hyundai has brand new 2010 Hyundai Elantras, $12,995, and new 2010 Hyundai Sonatas for $16,995. Or get 0% APR for 72 months. For selection, service, and our lowest prices, plus no payments till 2010, go to Grosinger Auto Group Lincolnwood. Grosinger, the last name you need to know.
Now it's time for This Date in Chicago Sports History, presented by Dex. We go back 11 years, 1998. We take you to Old County Stadium in Milwaukee.
Brant Brown going back. Brant Brown drops the ball. No! He drops the ball. 3 runs will score.
Well, Ron Santos witnessed a lot of tough plays during his career as a player and broadcaster, but the sheer horror in his voice on that call is something Cub fans will always remember. And they did make the playoffs that season as a wild card team, only to lose in 3 straight to Atlanta.
What Brant's doing these days?
I don't know, but we know Ron is still behind the microphone. That's going to do it for the first half hour of Sports Time presented by Dex, but we're coming right back.
We'll go live to the South Side for reaction to the Sox loss, plus Mark sits down with Joakim Noah. Keep it right here.
Sports Night on Comcast Sportsnet is presented to you by Dex. Wherever your customers are, Dex can take you there. Dex knows.
Hey, what are we doing tonight? I don't know. How about Cosmic Bowling?
Lucas Lanes, 555-1200. Lucas Lanes, Laser Light Show. Lucas Lanes, 2 miles away. Ooh, whoa.
Hi.
Hi. Hi. Wow. Lucas Lanes. Ow!
The most complete local info in the book at DexKnows.com and now on your mobile device. Dex knows.
911.
I was robbed.
Stay calm, ma'am.
I was at this department store. They took my money, and all I got was this dress.
Wait, you mean you bought a dress and feel robbed?
Yes, help me.
K&G, designer brands for up to 60% less every day. Fashion without the victim.
Sports Rise every morning, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans bet.
The Kubota RTV 1100, the world's first utility vehicle with a factory-installed cab, equipped with heat and air conditioning. The Kubota RTV 1100, beyond the elements.
Kunow Implement, DeWitt and Preston, Iowa. www.kunowimplement.com.
It's the high school game of the week. Player of the game brought to you by ORA.
Yeah, we all played as good as a team. The linemen were blocking. We had too many turnovers as a team, but it's just something we got to get worked out. We try to use our speed and our technique to get around the big guys, and we don't have too many big guys, but we use our speed to our advantage. Our line did a great job, especially on the traps.
This has been the high school game of the week. Player of the game brought to you by ORA.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. Listen up, because this is important. Other people are talking. They're just saying that someone nice like you shouldn't be on their own. You know, alone. So why aren't you at Cupid.com? Just set up your account and start meeting new people in seconds. Local people. And it's free to join. Who would you rather be listening to? Me? Or someone with a face behind the voice? Someone you just met on Cupid.com. Exactly. Cupid.com. Real people, real relationships, real easy.
Hello, I'm Giovanni Soto, and you're watching Comcast Sportsnet.
Coming up on Sports Night.
It's still game over for Milton Bradley, but the Cubs' disgruntled right fielder tries to make amends.
End of the day, it's the players that will make you look smart or make you